Ooh, welcome in. And real quick, those in the future who are watching, hopefully the volume is okay here. Let me just minimize that in the background. I have a quick few announcements for you before you go fast forwarding, which, by the way, when you get to fast forwarding, probably going to want to fast forward about maybe a half hour or so. It's 15 minutes before the draft is supposed to start, and I think usually it takes about 10 to 15 minutes before the clock even starts, so it'll be a while yet before that pick is in. But quick announcements before you go ahead and find your team's draft. I'm going to do my best not to have dead air, but you do understand that it is very possible that no one is going to be in my chat at times, even a lot of the time possibly. So yeah, there is that. I'm going to try and keep talking, but at times maybe there will be a little bit of dead air. After a pick is in, I will, of course, announce that pick, but then I have a few charts that I will be needing to update. You can see a couple of those on the screen there, including giving the grade to the draft pick, so you get to see that live. You can also get this chart up on my website, www.theffforge.com, under the articles section on the website. But then I'm going to start a new poll for the next pick in the draft. I'm going to try that, see how that works. Going to give 4 options for anybody in chat to vote on, and also give my opinion of what I think that the next pick will be, see if I can't get it right most of the time or not, before actually talking about the player that was just previously drafted. That should happen pretty quickly, but just letting you know, I will be talking about him shortly after the pick, but a couple of other things will get done first. And I will do my best to keep the logo of the team that is on the clock updated, which should be in the same window as my video, which currently is on like the Cardinals. So I'll have to get that fixed. So you can use that as a guide if you're trying to find your team if you're fast forwarding, because I'm probably not going to make little bookmarks on here. So feel free now to skip ahead and try and find your teams for my reaction. And now onto the live chat. What's up, y'all? Let me cancel that out. I need to find the role. You're totally okay, voice-wise. Perfect, thank you. I meant to. I should have just checked on my phone to make sure it wasn't too loud. Okay, so as you can see on the screen, we got. I will be filling this out as we go. Today and tomorrow, I think there's still enough time between picks, and then Saturday it goes a lot quicker. So I don't know how much I'll be able to do that. We got my top 10 available prospects as well, then underneath me, and let's see here. Okay, first, minimize the crap out of this. Put you right here. Oh, then I can't see. There's too many things for my screen. Okay. No, that's not the right one. We're on. Okay, I'm just gonna start having to hide things. Let's see here. Which one are you? Not that. Not that. And not that. Show. Oh, it goes higher. Come on. There we go. Alright. We are looking for the Chicago Bears. That should be pretty quickly. There we go. On the clock. The roll. What's up, baby? How you doing, Ming? Thanks for stopping on through. So I got the headphones on because I was going to try to listen to, just have the draft in my ear in case I miss a pick, or to keep my heads up on a pick, because I can't hear my TV and I can't keep it on in the background. NFL draft stream. It's going to be behind. And probably get shut down. I just put like the PFF one in the background. Okay, kind of quiet. We'll see. We'll see if I can deal with that. Oh, God. This is seriously like Christmas for me. Been a torturous last couple of days just waiting for 8 o'clock to come around. I got 10 minutes left. Can't wait anymore. So you went with Drake May, right? The role. Well, for the first pick of the draft, if anybody watching this in the future, currently it is a 50-50 vote between Jayden Daniels and Drake May. I did partake in that vote, and I put Jayden Daniels as my guess for the second pick of the draft. First pick, obviously, Caleb Williams. Going to Chicago. I'll talk about him after the pick happens. Until then, you know, we've all heard about Caleb Williams by now. You know, I love this shirt, but it sure holds onto hair really well. Oh. I'm surprised Trevor Sikkema was able to go on PFF. I would have thought he was a part of like the NFL crew or something. They use him for stuff sometimes. Okay, we're just not going to have that in the ear. We're going to rely on me catching each of the picks. And hopefully I don't screw that up. There's got to be a backup plan. Maybe a draft tracker. Don't fail me now, CBS. I know you got a tracker on here. There we go. Alright, hopefully that updates pretty quickly. In case. Okay. Chat is rolling. I should jack up the AC. Getting announced on stage, it looks like. Caleb Williams is jacked up. Bucky Brooks has called him the crown jewel of the class. Be the crown jewel of many classes. So as far as my grading scale today, tomorrow, throughout the entirety of the draft, I will be having... it will be pre-planned. It's methodical, so that way everybody gets a fair chance based on what ranking I have these guys, and based on what round or where within each round, basically based at what pick they get drafted. That will determine through an S through an F scale, an S, A, B, C, D, E, F, what grade they'll get it. And then if I give them a plus, that just basically means they're like a my guy, or I like them, or even I like the fit for the guy, maybe even if I don't love them, although that might offset a little bit if I kind of don't like the guy. And in the case of a minus, which there will probably be like half as many minuses as pluses, that means that I don't really like the guy. You know, if I give an A minus to somebody, the value was there for where I thought they should get drafted. Essentially, oh, that's the other thing too. The scale begins at an A for the first 2 days of the draft. Then for rounds 4 through 7, B is like, you know, is good. It matches where I thought they should get drafted. You got to do better and better as the draft goes along to get those A's and those S's. So that is how that's going to work out. For instance, Caleb going, you know, pick number 1 is just going to get an, he's going to get an S plus tier because I do think that he has a very good shot, you know, is essentially an almost generational quarterback talent, and you can't get those in any draft. So, I do believe in Caleb Williams, like a lot about him. So that's going to end up being the grade at 1. Barely a plus, though. And then I'll make videos, you know, after the draft where I'll go through show off the grades for each player, and then I'll have an overall team grade, which will be separate from those. Number 12, Bubnik catching up where he left off. Penix. I thought you already had... Oh, you had Jaden Daniels at 11. 11, 12, 13, all quarterbacks there for the Rolls draft prediction. I don't think JJ's going there at 3. $14, Joe Alt. Who's that? That's one pick after Vegas, one pick before Indianapolis. New Orleans, Joe Alt. Oh, wouldn't they be happy about that? It's crazy how I have this whole draft order memorized. Nuts. AD. You like AD Mitchell, bro? This mock is wild. As long as you know. I mean, the thing is, like, if you don't go wild, if you just go chalk, then you absolutely know it's not going to be right if you go chalk. Like, that's the most wrong mock that there could be. You got to get a little bit wild. Yeah, I'm a big fan of AD too. He really concerns me, but the upside with him is absolutely fantastic. I have all those wide receivers, though, a little bit lower than that. Well, as you can see, well, you can't see. When we go up here, you can see I've got AD Mitchell there at 24th. Brian Thomas right behind him, who I had ranked ahead of AD Mitchell for like literally like 10 minutes this morning. I had a moment of weakness. Not even weakness. I had a moment of an enlightenment and weakness. Usually I would absolutely love Brian Thomas Jr. so very much. There's something about him that I don't love. And then Ladd, not too far behind there. To me, even a guy like Ladd McConkey, like, to me, is a lot like Chris Olave. Chris Olave went at 12, I think. So if you can get him in the backhand for this draft, I think you're getting a good, he's different than Chris Olave. Who knows what'll happen, but with him career-wise, well, I think there's a very good chance that he could provide some sort of similar value to a team. Wow, Bucky Brooks as Zach Sinter is his number 5 guard center. I hate Ladd as a prospect. Yeah? Love him. Not love. No. I like him quite a bit, and I think he's misunderstood by many people, but I think most people also understand. That's a better word to use. You don't like where most people have him in their rankings. You don't agree with it, is what you're saying. I got you. Latu at 16 to Seattle. Very possible. I think they've met with Jared Verse, though, is my only concern with that top 30 visit. I'm sure they've met with Latu at some point, too. But as far as the top 30 visit, that's the only thing that's like, when doing the mock drafts, kind of hopped to Jared Verse. But Caleb Williams is just having a party today. All right, so this is square on the screen here. Quinyon Mitchell, I think somebody's trading up for him at 17. That is Jacksonville, right? Everybody loves doing that. I love Jacksonville moving up for him. Apparently, one of the rumors was Quinyon moving up for Jacksonville moving up for one of the offensive weapons. I don't know. I think that rumor's a little bit muddled. I think they are trying to move up, but I don't think it's for one of the offensive guys. As I'm sure you've seen some of my mocks. I've been on that for a little while. Jacksonville trying to get ahead of Indy, and I think other teams. It seems like there's about 4 or 5 teams trying to move up for several guys, including Quinyon Mitchell. Taliesa Fwanga at 18. That's not Let's see, we had Saints, Jacksonville. That's not the Rams yet. Brain farting on who pick 18 is. Maybe I should have the draft order over here just in case. Got all my player notes over here. 2024 draft order. There we go. Man, it's like Halloween at the NFL draft. People just... I'm a big fan of my team, the Green Bay Packers, but I just never go through that much. I'm so mad, though, that I don't live in Green Bay anymore. When they're going to have the NFL draft there, I think next year? Is it already? I miss out on everything good in that town, I tell you. I was out of town for the Super Bowl, for the parade. So I didn't get to go downtown for the Super Bowl parade in Green Bay. And then now I'm going to be missing the NFL draft held in Green Bay. I shouldn't say the parade, like the post-game downtown bar drinking celebration in Green Bay. Alright. 18. Oh, of course, the Cincinnati Bengals. So, the draft has officially begun. I don't think that the clock has begun, but we are 2 minutes past NFL draft time started. So, this is exciting. Finish up your draft, the roll. Roll, you're up to 18 with Taliesa Fuanga going to Cincy. I think they're going to want a pass blocker. That's the only reason I haven't connected Fuanga to Cincy. Anthony Halverson, Jaden Daniels at 2. Yeah, I agree. Did you vote for it? Yeah, me too. It could be May. It doesn't look like it's going to be May. And thanks for stopping in. Don't forget to drop a like. Every now and then, type something in the comment. As long as you're here, type something because that helps the algorithm. But a lot of excellent people that do draft shows. So I'm honored just to have the two of you here, even if that's all the people. Troy Fautano, I just did that in this morning's mock to the Rams. Do I believe the Caleb Williams hype? I believe that he has a very good chance of being a very good quarterback. He's not perfect. You know, I'd put him somewhere. This is a little bit thinking of after the fact, but somewhere in the same realm of Trevor Lawrence. Like, not perfect, and the issues that he has might be a little too much for him to overcome. We'll see. You know, Trevor Lawrence just can't seem to like calm down mid-game and just feather a ball in, but he's got better like ability to finesse throw it, which Trevor Lawrence doesn't, so that's good. Ryder Fate, what's up, Ryder? Thanks for coming on through. Hello there. I'll get Marco in here. Oh, is that Marco? Denver Nuggets would smoke all these drafts. Is that because they're the Nuggets? JC, what do we got? Cooper, apparently it's pronounced Dijon, which I hate. So Cooper Dijon at 22. Is that Jatavion Sanders the role at pick 21? What? You cray. JC Latham at 23. I have all these on my website. Jonathan Brooks at 24. I think they can get him in the second round. You cray. Especially after... okay, thanks for the text, Anthony. How you doing, Marco? Marco, who's your... do you care about the NFL at all? Alright, the Bears are on the clock here. We all know the pick, and it's still going to take us 10 minutes to get there. Although I don't see a timer on the screen. NFL Network. Does anybody know, does ESPN have a timer on their screen? Should I just move to ESPN? You're not going to give me a clock. I don't know what to do here. Shoot. Might have to move where the CC goes. Jerzon Newton to the Packers. I mean, I wouldn't hate it. I don't know. They draft a lot of interior defensive linemen. I don't know how much they think that they need help there as an organization. Trey Benson. Arizona? No, Keon Coleman to Arizona. I got Xavier Worthy to Arizona. Xavier apparently is going in the first round. You have to get Xavier in there, Roll. You still got time. Oh, really? That's nice. Well, you would get free Comcast either way, Roll, but that's still nice. Or would, I mean, as far as, maybe not. Maybe your voice is younger than you are. 32, where are they? Alright. I assumed you're underage, the Roll. Maybe you're not. The age of 18, a minor. 17, okay. Yeah, I thought 16, 17. Sounds about right. So it'd be free for you either way. I don't know. Does anybody know if the clock is actually ticking? The app says on the clock, but I think that happened immediately when the time changed to 8 o'clock. We got Leggett in the first round. He could go in the first round. Too many red flags for Leggett for me. So 28, is that Buffalo? Yup. Let me guess, Detroit, Darius. Oh, Ladd. All right. I mean, that would work because he can play on the outside most of the time. And Kool-Aid to the Ravens. I could see that. I also think the Packers might get Kool-Aid. Or Detroit. Even Arizona. Any of us there at the back. 49ers could be interested in Kool-Aid. Heck, the Chiefs could be interested, but they got, I think, other needs that they're going to want to address at the end of the round. Okay. Now we've got Marshall Mathers coming on stage here, baby. Detroit. What? Stand for the man. He's been the face of all their advertising, and I can't blame him. Best man to come out of Detroit since Henry Ford. Probably actually a better man than Henry Ford. All right. Message retracted. What did you take out of there? 29? Why'd you get rid of 29? You don't want that on record, Kool-Aid? Or no? Detroit. You had a wide receiver there, Conkey? All right. I'm assuming that he just announced that Jared Goff is on the clock. Okay, Jared Goff now coming out. I'm thinking he's bringing on... I was thinking it's the prospects. I don't know who these guys are. I think they're players. I don't know faces well enough. That's Barry Sanders. I know that. It was supposed to be 29 Ladd. Oh, Terrion Arnold. Okay, yeah. Terrion 2. Okay, so Ladd 2. I thought you did have Ladd 29. Then you got Terrion Arnold to the Ravens. Ladd to Baltimore. All right. Like that. They need a wide receiver. This just looks like a party on stage. Jesus. They're all drunk. Terrion to the Lions. Gotcha. Let's turn up tonight, baby. Let's get it. I have my CCs on. So it's a little weird reading Megatron Go. And I think Barry's going to say Chicago's on the clock. He just said, what's up? Oh, yeah, by the way, he's mentioning they absolutely packed the house in Detroit. There were like over 150K people estimated, like 3 hours prior to kickoff. Or 4 hours prior to kickoff, way before. Just announced Caleb already, right? No, they're going to announce that the Chicago Bears are on the clock. They milked this thing, and you can't blame them for it. You can't blame them. But, you know, it's like, just start the show. I don't know. You could at least every year do it differently. If the first pick is known, just start it. Just say, all right, it's on the clock here while we do the introductions. And then you can kick things off with a bang. The NFL draft is now underway. There we go. Let's go, baby. This should be interesting. There's either going to be like no trades or a lot of trades. I mean, it's like 3 or 10. Bears on the clock. We got 9 minutes 40 seconds left. Obviously, I didn't even put a poll here for a reason for pick 1. It's going to be Caleb Williams, and that's the right choice. There's really not much of a question about it. Drake May, a lot of people's number 2. It's just too volatile. Didn't have the kind of year that you would have liked to have. Neither did Caleb Williams, to be fair, but just mechanically and everything, too much there for Drake May. We'll talk about him eventually. And then Jaden Daniels, age, a lot of red flags for as good of a prospect as he may be. As you can see, I have top 10 grades on Drake May, Caleb Williams, don't on Jaden Daniels, so a little bit lower on him as well. Number 1 prospect. Now, what I will say, Caleb Williams is not as safe of a prospect as Marvin Harrison. And if I did grades, maybe Marvin would have graded out above Caleb Williams, but I could never grade a quarterback. There's too many details about how quarterbacks, what they're supposed to do, that I'm not privy to, aware of, knowledgeable of. It's an eye test thing for me, which has done pretty well in the past. So I think Caleb will be great. Let's see here. He's smiling, relaxing. The clock is still ticking. Just ridiculous. Just, everybody knows what it is. Just take a nap to start out with. We're going to need the energy as the night goes along. Watch him pull something crazy. Just trade out of it. You like Brandon Ayuk with the first pick. Draft room in Chicago is nothing's going on in the draft room in Chicago. It is placid water. They're just waiting for the clock to tick low enough to announce it. Caleb got a call. Is it from Chicago? I don't know. It'd be weird to pick up your phone for anybody that's not Chicago at this point in time. Looks like we're finally seeing some activity here, so yeah, I'm guessing signs that Caleb Williams is the pick. Outside of that being known. Holy Christ, longest 10 minutes here. I just get it ready here. 8 or fewer wins in 5 straight seasons for Chicago. I think they made the right choice by moving on from... Oh man, now I've already forgotten his name. How sad is that? Justin Fields? I was semi a proponent of trying to give it one more year, but by the time that they made that trade, I was on board with it. Doesn't make sense. So here we go. Matt Eberflus is saying hello. Are they watching the war room, watching as the phone gets passed around from one guy to the next, talking to Caleb? I don't have enough notes to sit here and talk on Caleb Williams for 2 hours. He's 6'1". He's a little bit short. That is a concern. But it's not so short like Panthers. Freaking A. I'm so bad at remembering things when I need to remember them. Bryce Young, who's, what was he, 5'10"? No way. Yeah, 5'10". And 1/8. Not even a big 5'10". Just short. So, it's not like that kind of issue. He can throw down the middle of the field just fine. Not going to have problems seeing over his offensive lineman. For the most part, not as clear as if he was about 2 inches taller, but most offensive linemen are like 6'3", even at center, 6'2". The pick is in. They didn't take the entirety of the clock. Panthers fans are Chicago fans are hooting and hollering, and they got the big head of Caleb Williams ready to go, waiting for the announcement. Who will come out and announce it? I don't know. Somebody. So as I was saying, Caleb Williams' height, good enough, not great. Weight, 214, so he is sufficiently thick. Injury concerns about him getting hit isn't anything that you're concerned about. 9.75 inch hands. Not the biggest of hands in the world, but big enough. I can see like over 10 inches, but most of them aren't. The pick is in, which means that Washington is on the clock here. All right, we're just going to delete that row. Just assume. And so currently with 4 votes, we got Jaden Daniels going second to Washington. Roger Goodell to the podium. He's going to do all the day one. You may not see guys hugging Roger Goodell. He just had back surgery like 2 or 3 weeks ago. And it is official. Caleb Williams will be going to Chicago. So as you can see, I gave that an S+ grade because I do tend to lean towards him being a bit of a generational prospect. Even not quite, but close enough. And he's off the top 10. Has Olu Fashanu has joined into the top 10. So, about Caleb Williams, just talked a little bit about his height, weight to buy some time while we waited. But what are his strengths? Well, he can make all the throws. Arm talent through the roof. He's a natural thrower. He's got excellent power, but he also knows how to throw with finesse, which to me is the one barrier that prevents a lot of guys from taking that second step, just not knowing how to throw with any touch. And he can do that. So you don't have to worry about that with him. Also, he's great with his legs. That means in the pocket, he's great at avoiding pressure. Out of the pocket, when things break down, he's great at just being generally mobile. Once again, still avoiding pressure. To a certain extent, avoiding the sack, I should say, because we'll talk about pressure in a little bit. And he's great at, he can take off and run just fine. Most of all, and this goes right back to being great with his legs, he's an improviser. He's very creative when improvising, like ultra creative, and that's where you see him get some of these comparisons to like Patrick Mahomes, because he can throw from all sorts of different angles. He can, jump and throw it like that. I mean, he can just do everything when it comes to throwing. However, this also tends to be his weakness. He goes a little bit overboard with the improv and how often he does it. He will leave a clean pocket sometimes, and I do wonder how much of that had to do with just not a very strong team or system there with USC, and him just getting impatient, not trusting people, not trusting his blockers, not trusting his receivers to get open, etc. So hopefully he can calm down a little bit at the next level, because sometimes he just needs to learn how to take the check down instead of going for the big play. But I will tell you what, a lot of the best quarterbacks go for the big play and often ignore the check down enough of the time. Caleb will be a bust, says Anthony Halverson. Let's see here. Weaknesses. He's quite poor while under pressure. Doesn't do well under pressure. 39.1 PFF grade, pressure grade. That's very, very bad. So although he plays out of structure a lot, he doesn't always finish the play while working out of structure. So obviously that's a little bit concerning. And this kind of goes along with these things. He holds on the ball for too long, and this goes on to the pressure. The leaving the pocket even when it's clean, not just taking the check down. He's got to do those things. He held on to the ball for over 3 seconds in his senior year, or last year. That was 165th out of all the quarterbacks in college football in 2023. He's 22.2 years old, so he could be younger, but he's still younger than most of the prospects outside of J.J. McCarthy and Drake May, I believe. And overall, though, passing still did great, 84.6 PFF passing grade. So I don't expect him to come out and dominate year one like C.J. Stroud did or anything like that. I think there will be some bumps and bruises. I do think that he needs to slow down, see the game at a better speed and tempo, and get rid of maybe some habits that he might have formed over his last year in college that he'll have to tear away from. Outside of that, long term, there's a lot to like about Caleb Williams. All of his teammates, as far as leadership goes, there's some questions about that came up in the media. I think that was all clickbait headlines, because all of his teammates, they don't have to say anything, but they did, and they said very good things about him if you go and look up the quotes. So people around him seemed to like him. There was a lot of fuss made about him as a person, but none of those quotes ever came from his mouth. So I'll afford him the leeway that I don't think any of that came directly from him. Otherwise, I would have some concerns, but I don't think that. I just think that was stuff that was made up, frankly. All right. Washington on the clock. We got 3 minutes left for them. They hired Dan Quinn as their head coach. Oh, I should have those notes available to myself. So, I forgot to do this. Let's update this all the way to Washington. On the clock. I'll get that pattern down. So Washington did have some coaching changes through the entirety. Fired everybody. Head coach, gone. Ron Rivera, out of there. Hired Dan Quinn. Fired Eric Bieniemy. Hired Cliff Kingsbury. Fired whoever their defensive coordinator was. And they hired Joe Witt Jr. So I am personally not a fan of Cliff Kingsbury. That does concern me for whoever they bring in here. I don't think that he's a very creative offensive coordinator, and I do think that he might have caused some of the problems for Caleb Williams, speaking of the devil, just last year. So I do have legitimate concerns about those hires. But, Dan Quinn, I would have rather you get hired an offensive-minded head coach to start out things for a young, fresh-minded quarterback. But whatever, you didn't. As far as the defense goes, I think they're in pretty good hands with Dan Quinn. We'll see how he does as a head coach. And Joe Witt is a Dan Quinn right-hand man. He's been with him for years. So there is the lowdown there for Washington. Traded for the 101 in one of my leagues. Give me Caleb any day. Yeah, you're going to be taking him. He's got some good weapons around him. Future should be bright. I think Chicago's been doing things. They've been making pretty smart moves overall for the last few years. I like what they've done outside of like the specific players that they've drafted, which is a somewhat of a big piece of it. But I like how they've been building. I like the idea, at least. And, can't complain. I mean, that defense came together. So, Washington's pick is in. I think Goodell just walked up there. Maybe not. Yep. There we go. Goodell coming back on out with the pick. Who will the Commanders be taking? So we can assume it's going to be my number. Where do I have him? Yeah, Jayden Daniels, it is official, is the man. My number 20 player. So that is going to be a B for my grade there. And honestly, it's going to be a B minus. I have quite a few concerns about Jayden Daniels. So I don't love the decision to take Jayden Daniels, frankly. That said, he's going to come out day one, and I do think, even maybe more than Caleb, he's got a good supporting cast. Like, I think he'll be all right week one. He might be the best quarterback week one. Put it like that. But I don't like the long-term outcome for Jayden Daniels. We'll see. I might eat those words. So we remove him off of there. And that's going to mean that... Who's on the clock? New England. There we go. Oh, and one more thing. Oh, gosh. I might have made one too many things for myself to do. Okay, so that will end. We got, hey, too late. Somebody voted late on that one, I think. New poll. So we've got... Who will the Patriots draft at 1.03? We got JJ, McCarthy, Drake May, Marvin Harrison Jr., probably, most likely, or trade out of it. There we go. Poll is up. So let me know what you think will be the next pick of the draft. Jayden Daniels, what do we think of him? Oh. Come here. Strengths. He's very accurate, and he excels at the deep ball. Keep that in mind. Comfortable in the pocket, has high-end straight line speed when he takes off, though. So, it's nice he doesn't take off and run too early, kind of like how Caleb Williams starts improvising too early on with clean pockets. He's got a clean pocket. He's comfortable in there. He's not just going to ditch the clean pocket, so that's great. As far as his running, he's very good straight line speed. He's not like Jamar Chase. Get out of my mind, Jamar Chase. Lamar Jackson. not like Lamar Jackson. He doesn't have the wiggle of a running back or anything like that. And because of that, he tends to take some very devastating hits head on. He doesn't have that wiggle to avoid some of those hits, the awareness maybe to get down quick enough, whatever the case. That's a big concern is his health going forward, in my opinion. At the next level, he's going to take some big hits, and I think Cam Newton, I thought was bigger than him, and Cam Newton. Just last year, AR-15. I hate calling him that. But he got injured, 3 times before he had a season-ending injury. Great thing that I do like a lot as far as handling pressure. Once again, this goes right with being comfortable in the pocket. Jayden Daniels is poised. He handles pressure very well. Had a 63 PFF pressure grade last season. As far as his weaknesses go, as I mentioned, reckless with his body. He needs to protect himself better. He struggles with prolonged progressions. Another kind of, check down type of issue is going and seeing his second and third reads. His mechanics are not in sync, nor are they consistent, meaning his feet do not always match the top of his body, which can cause some issues with throwing. And sometimes they are in sync, sometimes they aren't. He's just not consistently throwing and keeping his mechanics tight. So, as a pure passer type of situation, you would like him to be more consistent and get those mechanics all smoother, to say. Concerns about his willingness to throw down the middle of the field. I think in the modern NFL, you absolutely have to be able to throw down the middle of the field. We saw that hamper some offenses terribly, at a very high rate last year, namely the Pittsburgh offense. Couldn't get the ball down the middle of the field at all, and it hampered him. And so he's one of those guys. Was it the system? It might have been a little bit. So that would have been part of the what a team has to decide in terms of grading him. Was he actually afraid to throw it down the middle of the field, or was he really not asked to throw it down the middle of the field a lot? And I didn't watch enough tape to be able to answer that question myself, but that is a concern. As far as PFF passing grade, 92, so very, very good. He had a great year. He is one of the older guys, 23 years old, 6'4", by the way, 210 pounds, so good height, good weight, good enough weight, a little thin. And it looks like New England is on the clock. Perfect timing for that. And what do we got? We got J.J. McCarthy or trade were the two guesses here. I think it's Drake May, personally. And it is quarterback Drake May. Got that out just in time. So, that'll end that poll. Nice try, guys. Get better, chat. All right, Drake May going to New England. And that is a top 5 pick for me. And it's boom or bust. I'm just going to give it an S, no plus there. The Pats apparently do not want JJ. Apparently they want Drake May. It's rumors, the role. It's rumors. Can't believe them all. It would be insane to have taken JJ over Drake May. Drake May is too high of a ceiling for that. Too good. It's, I think, stupid enough taking Jayden Daniels over him. So, sorry, that's not going to be... Hold up. This is just going to be an S tier because of how my top 8 picks go. So, I have a top 10 grade on Drake May. He's going to get an A. I'm not as stoked as I would be about having Caleb Williams, frankly. But, either way, we're good about that. So, Drake May gets the A from me here. I'm not... In watching his tape, I was a little bit, expecting more from him. So he is not, a my guy or anything like that. His tape was not as exciting as Caleb Williams from what I watched. So we will take Drake May off of here. That is going to bring pick number 4, Arizona Cardinals up onto the clock, right? So, who's the Cardinals going to take here? Come on. Jesus. There's got to be a better way to do that. All right. Start a poll. Who will the Arizona Cardinals select with pick 1.04? obviously, Marvin Harrison Jr. is going to be on this. We're going to have Malik Neighbors could be. Then I think Joe Alt would probably be the next most likely option. I don't think they would go Brock Bowers. Wouldn't really make sense for them. Too early for the edges. So Joe Alt or trade. All right, poll is up. Let me know, chat, what you think. My vote is obviously going to, maybe not obvious, but Marvin Harrison Jr., I think, will be the man here. So, Drake Maye, where are you at, buddy? 6'4.5", 223 pounds. Prototypical, even beyond prototypical size. Excellent size for a quarterback. He's everything you want when it comes to that. Just your classic, old-timey quarterback. Just like he looks. Like a good old 80s quarterback. 9 foot and 1/8 inch hands. 9 and 1/8 inch hands, not foot. That would be massive. Strengths: he can make all the throws and play from within a phone booth. Once again, that just means when he's if his offensive line is up tight against him, he can get that throw out there. He's comfortable. He will step into his throws even if the pocket is collapsing in on him, so he's not going to end up just kind of, although he does do that, just kind of slinging something, ducking it because of throwing it within a phone booth. Maye greater than Daniels any day. I agree the role. Drake Maye does pretty well under pressure, not the best struggle under pressure, but also supporting cast this last season. There's a reason that he had a down year compared to the year prior, I believe. 59.2 PFF pressure grade, so that's about average at the end of the day. So it's not too bad. Pretty well, actually. Well, I should say that's an average grade. He almost did as a average while under pressure. So that means he did above average because obviously usually people do worse under pressure. And he is a prototypical quarterback prospect with plus athleticism. Yeah, don't forget about the fact that the kid can run. He's going to run less than Jaden Daniels and everything. But when he runs, he's going to be very effective at it. Weakness, once again, long delivery at times, takes him a while. Arizona's pick is on the clock. He's 21 and a half years old, still quite young. Some people think he's going to need to sit for a year. I don't think he's going to be sitting for a year, but if you can get him 5-6 games maybe before he has to play, that might do him some good to just sit on the sideline, absorb the game, get his eyes used to the new speed that the game will be played at, etc. So we've got Marvin Harrison Jr. with 100% of the votes. Thank you guys for voting in the poll. I appreciate it. Chargers drafting Rome. You're calling it. I'll give you that as an option when it comes to it. So Arizona Cardinals selection is in, and Goodell is at the podium about to announce Marvin Harrison Jr. It is. There we go. End that poll. MHJ right over here. We got a top 10 grade on that. I absolutely love Marvin Harrison Jr. So that is going to be an S tier selection in the top 10 here for Arizona. They're getting themselves a fantastic wide receiver, and you would have been able to see that he is more athletic than people give him credit for if he had been involved in doing the off-season stuff, but he didn't need to because he knew that he was going to get selected here at pick 4, almost no matter what. And there was no fear of him sliding like out of the top 10 or anything like that. So he made the right choice. Didn't get himself injured in the process or anything like that. That's going to bring us on to the Chargers. Almost. Do I need to? I graded it. Yeah. So let's move this stupid thing. Probably this way. Be quicker. If I could just hire a person for like peanuts to the dollar just to do this one task for me for the entirety of this, that would be fantastic. Chargers, there you are. And start poll here. Who will the Chargers draft at pick 1.04, 5? Rome Odunze. Malik Neighbors. Nope, I can't. I'll give you Rome Odunze instead of Malik Neighbors because I only get 3 options and then a trade option. Joe Alt, and what the smoke has been today, and what I'm going. I don't know. I'm CJ Latham, JC Latham, right? Brain fart. Yeah, I always want to call him CJ for some reason. JC Latham, offensive lineman as well. As you can see there, I have him as my 5th offensive lineman. Strong offensive line class, though, so that's not saying too little. Or trade. All right, so the poll is up. My official vote, I can't go. I got to. All the smoke is JC Latham. That's why I've got him up there. But I'm going to go with Joe Alt. He's just a little better, and I don't think that, like, he's bad in the run game or anything. I'm going to trade. I'm going to say Joe Alt. But they might trade for, like, not a whole lot. I don't know. Split. I'm split on that. Marvin Harrison Jr. is fantastic. Let's see what my notes say. Freaking A. 6'3", not 6'4", as was thought coming into the whole process here, but 6'3", 209 pounds, good size. Route running is absolutely elite. I wrote it 3 times, 2 times in all caps. And that comes down to several things that help his route. Is his IQ of understanding route trees and understanding how to run the routes and manipulate the defenders within those routes is all top notch. His release. He has multiple releases. He knows how to utilize them. He does them well. Top notch. His route tree, like, top notch. His footwork, top notch. He can do it all, and he's a deep threat. And he's physical. He's not, Blake Neighbors. He can't get pushed around by others. He made his quarterback look pretty decent, look better than he actually is in 2023. He has no flaws, ? I wrote. That's not true, but he's very, very good. He gets open when the play breaks down. He continues to play throughout the end of the play, which you always like to see. If they like Latham, they try to trade down. Yeah, I think they try to trade down, but I think that they're probably willing to not, I don't know. They've gone on record saying, like, it needs to be enough. That's my only concern, is I don't know what their line is of what's enough. But I agree. I tend to think that they'll probably trade down there a little bit because of that as well. Let's see. Weaknesses here for Marvin Harrison Jr. His hands, 8.2% drop rate, above average drop rate percentage. So that's not fantastic. You would have not liked to have seen him drop the ball that often. And he is maybe not an elite athlete, I wrote, but he's a really good athlete, and that's where I don't know, but we do know that his in-game athletics are plenty good. He got, I think, clocked via the GPS measurements at 23 miles an hour in-game, or 21, up there. I guess I didn't write it down. Brett Coleman made a funny comment about hearing things at the combine regarding Marvin Harrison Jr. not being way off the board by pick 8, aka falling. Interesting. Oh, that was just a note that I kind of wrote for myself for when I'm doing mocks. And I did one mock in case of that, and then I was just like, nah, that ain't gonna happen. Also, last year wasn't his only great year. First of all, he played in Ohio at Ohio State. So it took him a while to get onto the field, but 3 years ago, he gets onto the field during their Pro Bowl game and absolutely dominates his first time on the field in any kind of actual capacity because of that would have been when what's his name with the New York Jets, right? Would have not played in that bowl game because he'd been getting ready for the draft and want to get injured. Is that who it was? And then 2 years ago he played elite production. Last year, elite production. So, but back-to-back great years together. He pretty much is a generational wide receiver prospect. I can't think of any better wide receiver prospect that I've ever seen in my lifetime. Nah. Randy Moss was drafted in my lifetime. I wasn't like looking at guys as prospects at that point in time though, so. He was really good. I liked Calvin Johnson a lot too. So let's see, guys. We got 50% trade, 50% roam, Dunze, and I vote for. I'm gonna vote for trade. The pick is in, folks. With all the pre-draft talk of coming trading up, this would be a good place. The Chargers are actually in on Latham. But it's too high for some of those teams that were looking to trade up. It has to be somebody. Offensive tackle. I mean, yeah, I suppose if you have Joe Alt, it's still really high to come up for. But we'll see here very shortly. It's a good point. So the Chargers room looks calm right now. I think it usually does after. The Chargers crowd is not calm. Vikings moved up. By the way, it's okay because there's not many people in here, but keep the spoiling to a minimum. But is that true? I'm going to have to learn if I can trust you and your sources before I start making moves on this. Vikings moved up. Well, yeah, that's who it's supposed to be. I got confused for a moment there. Quarterback. J.J. McCarthy. Is it just going to be pick 1 in 23? Is that the compensation? Or were you just guessing? Maybe you weren't spoiling anything. You were just saying the Vikings move up. That's what I have in my final mock draft moving up here. In a trade. But then I did one this morning. I didn't do a trade because I'd rather not get rid of my 1st and 23rd selection if I can avoid it. Okay, I gotcha. The Joe Alt. Damn, I knew I should have stuck with my Joe Alt take. Ah, all right. So we all got it wrong. They stick and they pick, and good job on. I think we'll see what happens here with the New York Giants. I think good job by the Vikings of staying patient and not overpaying. Because we know that they want to get out of there. Okay, so Joe Alt, I have. Where are you? I think a top 10 grade on that. So that is going to be an A for me for that Joe Alt pick. He is absolutely fantastic. My main concern for Joe Alt is that the moment he gets injured, his recovery, because of how big he is, maybe he's never the same guy, depending on how big that injury is with those legs. And I think that he's more susceptible to injury because of the long legs. Falling over on somebody else and that knee twisting or something, I think it's going to happen someday. And if he can't squat as low as he gets, he's going to start to lose leverage and everything. So we'll see. But he is absolutely amazing. What do we got? Los Angeles Chargers, A+. We'll just give it an A. If it was an A+, it would give him an S tier. I'm just going to give it an A. There we go. Get off of that list. And at work while watching, expect some typos. Sorry. Hey, no problem. I appreciate you being here more than anything. So that's all good. How was work going, by the way? Let me know. But, don't get fired or anything. Don't get caught if you're not supposed to be. All right. Q&A. That's not what we want. We want to do a new poll. And once again, I mean, there's some fantastic options out there to be watching tonight. So, seriously, thank you for being here. Either way, I like having the record of my reactions out there. And people will watch the replay. Poll. Who Will the New York Giants select with the 6th pick of the draft? No. Oh. All right, we got Malik Neighbors. I think it's going to be Rome Odunze. We got, I think, well, okay, so maybe we just should do wide receiver. I'm just going to do wide receiver, Rome Odunze or Malik Neighbors, of course. I don't think it's going to be offensive line. Hold up. That's the only other option. So never mind. We're going to do this. Malik Neighbors. Nope. I got to give you the option of O-line because we got to get a wide receiver in here. So, wide receiver. Offensive lineman. Don't care who. Quarterback, J.J. McCarthy. Oh my gosh. Trade. Start the poll. All right, it's up. The pick is in. I ran behind on that one. Trying to think of it forever. Who did we just pick? Joe Alt. He's amazing. He's amazing. He's an absolute giant offensive lineman. 6'8.5", 321 pounds. He plays clean. 4 penalties in 3 years of college ball, so very clean play. Plays up to tough competition. He has a few, if any, real weaknesses in his game. He's quick and he's agile, especially for his size. He's 6'8" tall. Could limit his longevity in the league and make it harder for him to recover from injuries at the same level of pre-injury. So I already talked about that. Slightly stiff in the waist, to be expected of a man that size. He overextends sometimes, so then somebody could come out, beat him on the inside. But he was an elite pass and run blocker, both. And that's what you love about him. Really no weaknesses, honestly, in this guy's game when it comes down to it. He got invited to Notre Dame as an offensive lineman based on them watching him play tight end in high school. And I believe before he was playing tight end, he was like wide receiver or something. Had a storied little early history to him. I wish I could recall it off the top of my head, but it doesn't matter because the Giants selection is in, so we wouldn't have time for that. And what do we got here? Did I ever change this to the New York Giants? I didn't. Sorry, people scrolling looking for the Giants pick. They go Malik Neighbors. I always went Rome Odunze there. But we did get wide receiver correct, at least as a group. Although this morning's poll, I did end up changing it to Malik Neighbors. I should have stuck with Joe Alt on that one, though. All right, Malik Neighbors goes to the New York Giants. That is going to be an A+, an S. Well, here's the thing. It's going to be an A. So Malik Neighbors, I absolutely love his explosiveness and everything. He is my guy, if anything, here early on, like comparing him and Rome Odunze or something like that. My issue here is that I think that the New York Giants would have benefited more from a guy like Rome Odunze because I think they're missing that talent in their locker room, and I think that they've drafted several other Malik Neighbors-ish type guys, although he's going to be way better than any of them. Think of Malik Neighbors as some sort of hybrid between Jamar Chase and Antonio Brown. You can't really get better than either of those two by a whole lot. So if Malik Neighbors is at 80% of both of them, he'll still be very, very good. Love him. And you should be excited, New York. I thought Rome Odunze made a little bit more sense given their current room. But you can't blame him for taking the best guy on the board. You can't. So Malik Neighbors down. And let's see. What did I write about you, Malik? He is 6 foot, about to say 6'1", 6 foot, 200 pounds. He absolutely wrecks man coverage, but he did not get press man a whole lot in college, so that's going to be a concern. I don't know if I have that in my weaknesses yet, but that is where we might see him struggle at the next level, and that would be very detrimental if he struggles against that. But all in all, he absolutely wrecked man coverage in college, where, once again, he didn't really see a whole lot of press man. He's a crisp route runner. Sometimes he basically floats as he makes a cut. Just magical how he can almost dimension shift from one spot to the next on the field. He is extremely explosive. Speed off of this change of direction is also elite, and the ability to change speed throughout his route is also elite, which is a trait that I always look for from running backs, wide receivers with balls in the hand, or actually when they're running their routes. Is if you can control your speed, that can really mess with defenders if you're not unispeeded. If you have multiple speeds that you can hit, that makes it really tough to defend. So that was something that he was absolutely great at doing, and part of what made him such a good route runner and so deadly at the college level. And I think that will work very well the next level as well. Weaknesses: he could use a move or two in his repertoire outside of pure speed for deep balls, getting off of the line there, I think is what I was getting at, because he does have the ability to change his speed there. So once again, it's just that press man coverage is going to be a concern there when he goes for just jumps off the line and goes pure speed. His route tree is not complete yet. That's okay. We can learn that. And his get off is uncreative and may not hold up at the next level. There we're talking about the get off. 93.1 PFF receiving grade, has shown improvement year after year for him as well. He is DJ Moore-esque, or is DJ Moore Neighbors-esque? Yes, I think that Malik Neighbors could be better than DJ Moore. I think that he could be not every bit. I think that he could be in the same stratosphere as Antonio Brown and or as like a Jamar Chase. Two different players that use similar skill sets to win differently. Maybe more Jamar Chase even. We'll see how exactly his skill set ends up being utilized at the next level. Yeah, so what I wrote too as a final note is that basically the weaknesses surrounding Malik Neighbors have to do with whether he can beat elite corners or not. I don't think that he'll struggle against the average cornerback. The question is going to be, can he beat really good cornerbacks or not? Did I not get the poll up? Tennessee Titans. What do we got? We got offensive line. What do you guys think? I think offensive line, probably. Who would it? Troy Fautanu, I think, is going to be my guess here. Amarius Mims, also up there. Oh, we got time. Trade. All right. So they just went to commercial, buying us a little bit of time. And I still haven't changed that Chargers logo there. Gosh darn it. Bit off more than I could chew. Okay, so we're going to go. I'm going to give you Rome Odunze. I know I'm not giving you Brock Bowers as an option. I'm sorry. I just don't see it happening. What I'll do is trade or other. All right. Poll is up if you can get to that quickly. Sweet. If not, it's okay. So I could have just gone offensive line there for you. These are the selections. I think it's going to be between these guys. I think I remember I did a draft where Joe Alt was not available to them. They had traded back. And I came to the conclusion that I think they would like Troy Fautanu the most out of the available offensive linemen. So we shall see. I think that's what the new offensive staff will be looking for. You got Tony Pollard. You got, what's his name? Also another similar running back who's not a power running back. I think it's going to be a much more finessed offensive line that they're going to look for. This team's going to be totally different than, the power defensive powerhouse, tough team that they have been for years under, what's his name? All right, so we've got one for Troy. I'm guessing I convinced you on that one. By the way, you did have the option trade or other if you had wanted for tight end Brock Bowers. And then one vote for Rome Odunze here. So likely at commercial, they bought me a little bit of time. For anybody from Titansville coming in, I'll get you Tennessee. MNQRST. Come on. Almost there. All right. Tennessee on the clock. I mean, they could easily trade out just with the amount of offensive linemen. They don't have a third round pick, or they don't have a second round pick. They have a second. I believe they don't have a third. So a little bit capital starved. They could use that if Chicago wanted to come up for Rome Odunze, or the Jets. Just a small little trade back would work really nicely for them. If either of them wanted to come up, you could just give up a third rounder. Definitely O-line. Troy also seems to me as the most likely. Cool. Glad we can agree on that. We're about to find out how well we scouted Tennessee's needs. So yeah, my vote is Troy or trade. Don't think they're gonna go wide receiver here as much as they. The thing is, and why I included wide receiver over tight end, they did talk a lot about the importance of having like wide receivers. It's just they went and got one all off season though. They talked about that. I think even after bringing in what's his face. It is J.C. Latham. The NFL absolutely loves J.C. Latham. They just love him. I should have just put offensive line there in the poll. I'm sorry I didn't give you enough good options there. All right. Wow. So J.C. Latham going at pick 7 here. Where are you, O-line? It's been reported for so long that the league just loves J.C. So I'm a little surprised, though. I thought they would go more of a zone blocker than J.C. Latham, who I think is better for a gap blocking scheme. Let's see here. Tennessee Titans. That's going to be B. I'm going to give it minus. I don't think there's anything wrong with J.C. Latham. But I would have liked. Nah, I'll give it a B. It's fine. It's fine. It's good. Good pick. All right. Where are you, JC? My number 16 player. Out of here. Number 4, 5, and 6 taking over Rome. Still, well, it's not surprising that Rome's available. So that's going to bring us on to pick 8. And it's going to be not too far. There we go. Atlanta on the board. What are the options here, Atlanta? Let's see. Who will the Falcons draft at pick 1.08? Still looking for a possible trade here. We'll see. What I say, there'd be a lot of trades, there'd be none in this draft. I hate the Joe Alt pick as a Chargers fan. I'm not finna lie. They're taking Rome. You are a Chargers fan, Roll. All right. Attaboy. Look, in order for your new coaches and everything to be successful, they want a fantastic offensive line. It's going to be a totally, different team. This is what you signed up for, is all I have to say. And for what you signed up for, Joe Alt is fantastic. It'll go a long ways. At least they didn't take J.C. Latham over Joe Alt. I think that would have been a sin. All right, so the Falcons, we're going to go Rome Odunze maybe is an option. Obviously, and then I think we go... Well, we're going to go Quinyon Mitchell, actually, because I need to give you 2 offensive linemen. I think it's between Dallas Turner or Laiatu Latu here, or trade. All right, there you go. Dallas Turner, Latu, Quinyon Mitchell, trade are your options. You need wide receiver. They don't care about wide receiver. Hate to break that to you, the role. They're going to work without... You'll get some wide receivers, and this is a very good draft to get some. But they don't care about having a top-end wide receiver. They care much more about that running game. getting going. Building through the trenches is what they're going to do. That's the number one note that I have the highest on for when I was doing mock drafts for the Chargers. Was build through the trenches, which is why I screwed up when I for the Chargers. Yeah, we're talking Chargers. Sorry, Tennessee's on the screen, which is where I screwed up when I did my last mock on them. Should have just gone offensive lineman at pick 11, which J.C. Latham probably would have been the pick. All right, J.C. Latham is 6'6", 342 pounds. He's a big boy. Strength's above average arm length. Good, lengthier arms. Movement ability, especially considering his size. I always forget. He does move well for his size. So I do believe on PFF, if I were to pull it up, his zone blocking was actually fine. So it's probably still a scheme fit, which is, at the end of the day, we're not going to give him a B- for J.C. Latham there for Tennessee. Hip flex, I just don't think he's as good of a scheme fit as like Fautanu. Hip flex is great. First step explosiveness is great. He's extremely girthy. Once again, like I said, a big boy. Weaknesses, he struggles against the bull rush, even though he's that big. It's kind of funny. And this is kind of the biggest thing, is a lot of penalties on him. That was something that improved in 2023, but still, he might be one of those guys who gets you way too many penalties, and we've all experienced that, and that can really suck, and that's a drive killer. And his awareness, and that goes right hand in hand with, not jumping too early, and that was the biggest penalty that he had, was jumping too early, or most often what he did. I think he had a couple of angry ones. Atlanta's pick is in. Great to elite run blocker and great pass blocker, so you can see they do want to help that running game. Wears the weight well, lots of lower body, big butt. Very young as well, too. Still learning. 2 years starter for Nick Saban. Can't go wrong there. J.K. Dobbins better. J.K. Dobbins will not be your starting running back. So we got 100% voted for the trade, and it is quarterback Michael Penix Jr. for Atlanta. Nobody saw it coming. There we go. Now the draft has started here. How exciting is that? What? They're doing it. They're protecting themselves for the future. You can't. Oh, a lot of people loved it. Michael Penix Jr. was the recent heat, smoke, whatever, and it was true. All right, so I had a first to second round grade on Michael Penix Jr. This was pick 8, so that's going to make that a C grade for me for Atlanta. And actually, I am going to give that a C- because I'm a little concerned about the health issues. He's going to have a year or two to sit. I mean, that's the thing that I like about it. He's going to have time to learn, but the health issues are concerning. I guess they'll equal it out. It's a C- for me. I like it for Atlanta in terms of preparing for the future and everything. So when I do the overall team grade, I'll give him some. I won't view that pick as a C- at that point in time. But could have traded back. Well, he probably couldn't have. Probably couldn't have if the league really liked him this much. Surprise. Are you guys surprised by that one? Shocked even? I'm pretty shocked at that. I didn't see it coming. All right, my number 30 player off of the board. And it is our biggest reach so far on my board. That's going to bring us on to a new grading scale. By the way, if you missed it early on, Burn McGurm. I have a set grading scale, so it's fair for everybody. Okay, we're going to start a new poll here for pick 9. Chicago Bears at pick 9. What are you going to do? Who are you going to take? So Rome Odunze is probably going to be what you guys think. Don't blame you. I understand it. I don't think they're going to take it, but they should. I just got a feeling they might not. Okay, so Rome. I think it'll be Dallas Turner probably. Or actually, trade back will be my number 1. So trade back is probably my vote. Dallas Turner is my second option. Vote. Rome Odunze. They might not want to trade with Dallas Turner available. Byron Murphy. Pick is in. Poll is up. Let's find out what happens. And Michael Penix, 6'2", 216 pounds, big hand, 10.5-inch hands, extremely good at avoiding taking the sack with pressure. 2-sack conversion rate of 7.6. Most hover around 20% from what I've seen. So that's probably what the league really loves about him. He does not take sacks. It's amazing. He's got a great arm. The ball pops out of his hands. He handles pressure very well. 65.3 PFF pressure grade, going hand in hand with that whole pressure to sack conversion rate. He struggles with touch, which is a major concern to me. I like my quarterback to be able to have touch, and I've seen too many quarterbacks that struggle with touch, never learn how to throw with touch. I don't know what it is that's so tough about it. Something that I can do. I guess I'm a lucky human being, but I can't throw the ball more than 10 yards, so I wouldn't be a good quarterback. Durability is a legitimate concern for him as well, with all the injury history, and he doesn't test the middle of the field at all, and he had the worst accuracy numbers when doing so. So the entire out of the entire 2024 quarterback draft class. So major red flags in my opinion for Michael Penix, but also some really great things about him. As you can see, some people think he's the best natural thrower that there is out of the guys in this class. So that's what you like about him. He's an older prospect, almost 24 years old, maybe 24 years old. I think he's very, very close. 23.8 is what I have here. 90.5 PFF passing grade. Outplayed Bo Nix throughout all of the senior day practices. Bears selection is coming in right about now. My vote was trade, or it is Rome Odunze. Good for them. I'm really happy that they took him. No, I'm not. I'm a Green Bay Packers fan. Screw them for making the right choice. But good for them for making the right choice. So, Penix is surprised that high, but not for the first round. I thought he'd probably slip because of the injuries until like the last 4 or 5 days. Then I didn't think he was going to slip out of the first round anymore. They probably couldn't find a trade partner back. Yep. Well, I think they could have. I think they were afraid that Las Vegas would jump them, or at least they couldn't find one between them and Las Vegas, I guess would be my bigger guess. So Rome Odunze to Chicago Bears. There we go. That's going to be, was that a pick 9? That's going to be an S plus. Rome Odunze is not quite a my guy though. So that is to Chicago. That is an S tier choice. Amazing. Look at that wide receiver core that you have built for your young quarterback in Caleb Williams. Excellent choice. So that's going to end that poll. Good job. You guys, you beat me on that. Rome Odunze to Chicago. Bada bing. Get out of here. Bada boom. There's my next top 10 available guys. And who does that bring up? After Chicago, pick 11, New York Jets. Oh, come on. Oh. Had it. Had it. All right. Jets are on the clock. Oh no, the Minnesota was on the clock, and wait, what? So did Minnesota just trade up with the Jets? One pick? What just happened? Yeah. Minnesota just jumped up one pick, so they wanted to make sure that they get J.J. McCarthy. Make sure somebody doesn't jump them. All right, so Minnesota on the clock. Who did they come up for? So we didn't even get to vote for the New York Jets trade option. I would have definitely been leaning towards them trading out. I would not have thought it would be this short of a trade out. But Minnesota, Quinion Mitchell. They could want Dallas Turner, JJ McCarthy. They could want. We're not going to give you Bo Nix as an option. If you think it's another quarterback, then just vote for JJ McCarthy and trade. There we go. The poll is up. And we are looking for Rome Odunze, excellent wide receiver, very tall. I comp him to, and I did this before, I've heard 3 or 4 other people make the same comp, but Davante Adams, in terms of what he can do with the ball in his hands after the catch. He's very athletic, and he works really well in small spaces. Now, it didn't turn into a whole lot of yak yardage in college, but I do think that it has the potential to turn into yak yardage as he maybe gets a little bit bigger, perfects it, etc. So, especially because of some of his numbers at the combine would back up that he can work out of little tiny areas very nicely and get those 5 extra yards or whatever. But, Davante Adams, too, is not like it was always a whole lot of yak. It was just enough yak. He always would manage to get the first down, slip past a guy on a very important third down, etc. And just doing these little, he would work around like 3 dudes, and then he was big enough as time went along that he could then power his way forward, too, because he still usually got caught after like 2 yards. So very, very Davante-esque. And Davante Adams, 6'3", 215 pounds, contested catch rate was 75%, which is extremely high, and his drop rate was 3.2%, which is very low. So, quarterback's best friend, right? Red zone threat, absolutely did amazing in the red zone. He's very savvy, quick route runner. 3 different things. He's very savvy, he's very quick, and he's a very good route runner. And you can combine all 3 of those two, meaning that he's also a savvy, quick route runner. Above average size, fast for his size, otherwise just kind of average. Elite levels of agility, and that goes back to that Davante Adams kind of esqueness that I see him in. Davante Adams, 6'1", 212 pounds, so much bigger frame for Davante Adams and shorter, but still Rome can do some similar things. It just might not be as effective because of that increased size, but he, once again, the elite agility says that I think a lot of that, what you see on screen, should continue to be effective at the next level. Weaknesses, Yak struggles to get off the line of scrimmage versus press man coverage. Doesn't play with an edge. You would like to see him play a little bit more angry. That's where turning, when you do a little bit of dancing in tight spaces and you're pulling all the Davante Adams moves out of your Batman tool belt, you got to finish with some grit. And that's where he needs to find that edge, because that's how he'll turn that yak from being a weakness to at least being average, and hopefully when it's important, he'll find those 2 or 3 extra yards to get the first down in important situations, etc. He's another guy who's shown improvement year after year, so you always like to see that. 89.5 PFF receiving grade, obviously very, very strong there. If you're not aware, like a 60 is average on PFF's grading. Shared area quickness and fight for the extra yard or 2. His shuttle and 3 can explain this. All right, yeah, that's my notes for Rome Odunze. So Chicago got themselves a good one there. Minnesota up on the clock next. We have been at commercial, so that came at a good time to save me. Get a little water here before we go. And so after this, for the Jets, what's going to be Brock Bowers, obviously another trade back. What did they get? Maybe I can report what they got from Minnesota there for you. So that was that doesn't have it. They can trade into number 10. Okay. So the Jets get 11, 129, 157 for 10 and 203. So that's pretty good for a one spot jump there. That's what Jets needed. Would like to get a little higher, but yeah, they'll probably start picking at the next pick. All right, the Vikings are on the clock. Some organization is helping to sponsor this. Jets definitely Bowers. Safest trade possible to still get Bowers. Yeah, I thought of that too. I mean, obviously, like, yeah, you don't have to be afraid of, if you don't know who the Vikings are going for, you don't have to be afraid of them going for Bowers too much, at least. You never know. Never know. All right, so we got JJ McCarthy is the expectation here for the Vikings at pick 10. I'm in the same boat. And little girl's gonna make the announcement. I hope it's a girl. Maybe it's a boy. Yep, JJ McCarthy is the selection. He is jacked up. Teams in my division are making some good picks here. We'll get to JJ in a second. So end that poll. New York Jets on the clock. They're gonna probably be quick. New York Jets on the. We need a start a poll. Brock Bowers, of course. Offensive lineman, possibility. I think Byron Murphy is a possibility here. And of course, another trade. We already did one trade. It's possible. So we'll go with that. Those are your options. My vote. Brock Bowers was something I identified a long, long time ago, so I'm going to go with that, but I will not be surprised if it is Byron Murphy. Just going to put that out into the world. Be prepared for it, New York Jets fan. All right, J.J. McCarthy going at pick 10 to Minnesota. And I've got a first-round draft grade on him. That's going to be an A for Minnesota, and I'm actually going to give that an A+, because I am a believer in J.J. McCarthy. And they stayed. This goes beyond this A+ grade, but I really like how they did in not jumping all the way up to 5 and giving me that 23rd pick or anything like that. Staying patient worked out as I think they should have expected it to. Dude, calm down. Surprise though, Michael Penix went before J.J. McCarthy. So J.J. McCarthy. It all comes down to the intangibles and in some ways the unknown for him. 6 foot, 2.5, 219 pounds, so very close, pretty prototypical, pretty thick as well. 9-inch hands, slightly small hands, but good enough. He's good at avoiding taking the sack, and all in all handles pressure quite well with a 90 PFF pressure grade. That's amazing. That's excellent. I assume there weren't too many situations that he had to handle with that, but when he did great. He's very accurate, throws with anticipation, and mechanically is ready to throw as he progresses due to having good mechanics for his base. All aspects of the throw progress in unison. As I said with Jaden Daniels, everything was out of sync. It's the opposite. JJ McCarthy is in sync. He is not a Backstreet Boy. Horrible. He is very athletic, great straight line speed. Once again, it's not like he's Mr. Shifty, but he is very athletic, and he's got great ball location outside of deep balls outside the numbers. Great ball location on deep ball throws outside of the numbers. Weaknesses: sometimes he throws to a ball. He just makes the dunder-headed throw sometimes. He still has some development to go. That's for sure. He's not. He still has some development to go, and you would like to sit him if you could, but I think it's okay not sitting JJ McCarthy too long at least. I'm not afraid of him breaking down like Zach Wilson and seeing ghosts or anything like that. I think he is mentally very, very strong. 87.9 PFF passing grade, limited amount of reps due to the Michigan offense. The quarterback for is super young. He's roughly 20 years old as of today, draft day. Also, so this goes to his off his characteristics. This is what teams absolutely love about JJ McCarthy. High character. He loves the process. There's so many stories out there. One that I just witnessed on my own was he was there when Sam Hartman, one of the other quarterbacks at the NFL Combine, ran the 40. He was the only quarterback that was there supporting Sam Hartman when he decided to run the 40, the only quarterback to run the 40. And also he was there after hours when the quarterbacks were all done for the day at the Combine. When Xavier Worthy ran his 40, he helped celebrate that, and he was there leading everybody down the field when the drills were done, which everybody does for his group. So he was just a leader throughout the entire process. Jets selection is Oluwatimi Fashanu. Great pick there. So we're wrong again here. Bowers was my vote. Trade. So at least we had the option up there for O-line, and Fashanu specifically would have been exactly like what I wanted them to take like last year. Excellent pass blocker, left tackle kind of guy. We're going to be great for the future, and if there's any injuries like everybody's talking about in this offseason with the tackles that they picked up, he should be an immediate fill-in. I don't know about dropping him down into the guard in the meantime. I think he's just your future, and in the meantime we'll learn. So it's a very strong pick there. I would have rathered Brock Bowers personally, but I get it. You can't go another year with Aaron Rodgers on the bench, that's for sure. So nothing wrong with getting a little overprotective of that. That is going to be an A pick for me there for the New York Jets. Fashanu, not quite a my guy. It's close to an A+. A+, very good pick. So, that's going to bring us on here. Jets, definitely Bowers. Safest trade possible to still get Bowers. Yeah, and they didn't even need that. So, this is where now Bowers falls, and this gets fun and interesting, and we'll see if somebody finds it worth it. The Denver Broncos are on the clock. They've already made their decision, so let's get that up here. As far as Olu, I mean, I said the important part for him is just that he's an amazing pass blocker, struggles against the run some, but if there was ever a true left tackle option, he is him. And, I had him as my third tackle, and it was very close to having him as my second-ranked tackle here. Maris Mims just says the better ceiling. I'm a believer in it. I wanted to represent that. He was my guy, kind of, in this process. So it just put him a little bit ahead of Fashanu, but Fashanu is absolutely excellent. I think he has a very good chance of succeeding at the next level. Denver, pick 1.12. Quarterback, Bo Nix, Jarrett. Let's just go with edge rusher as an option here, because we also could go Quinyon Mitchell or trade. I'm gonna vote. The way the quarterbacks are flying off. What do we have left here? Eek. I'm not messing with it. I'm going with what I've done in a lot of drafts. I'm just Bo Nixing it. You can't risk trading back and somebody else taking him. The Rams could come up and grab him ahead of you wherever you trade back. Las Vegas could just give up a bunch. They didn't take a quarterback, did they? Nope. To do that. So O-line is always good, but thinking about how long Rodgers has left, another weapon seemed like more immediate impact over. I agree. That's why I totally agree with you on that. That's why I usually took. To me, it was the all-in move was, which I think they're all in, was to grab a Brock Bowers here, an offensive weapon, who could also help your offensive line. He can help make life a little bit easier for your offensive line. He is a tight end after all. So, that is what it is. Let's see. Well, we have a moment. Olu. I'm just going to take this off of the screen. It's too much work. If you didn't catch it, I just took the little logo of the team that's on the clock off. Olu, 6'6", 312 pounds, pass protection, finesse player with quick feet. He can play on an island, heavy, quick hands, high motor. Weaknesses, power, inconsistent, bad level, bad angles while going to block at the second level. He's got tiny hands, very, very tiny hands. That can help. That can hurt quite a bit, actually, for offensive linemen. I still don't understand fully the hands thing, but I get it enough. Grip strength, etc. Elite pass blocker, good to great run blocker still even. Wanted to play basketball when he was younger. The thing is, his run blocking, when you project it forward, like it's a little bit more iffy than how well he did at college even. Wanted to play basketball when he was younger, was on Bruce Feldman's Freaks list to give you an idea of, his relative athletics. So, Denver Broncos, we're back from a break here, are on the board. I'm pulling up my quarterbacks here to get ready with my Bo Nix analysis. We shall see. By the way, Bo Nix, I think, had the biggest hands, actually, of the quarterbacks in this draft. 10.25 inch. Even bigger than Michael Penix's. Would it be Michael Penix's or is it Michael Penny? I don't know. The world may never know. Denver's draft room looks calm. Sean Payton looks like less of a dick than he normally looks like, I suppose. I don't know. Oh, come on. So after Denver, we've got... Who? Pick 13. 13. Not New Orleans. Minnesota. But Minnesota, no. What? Oh yeah, Las Vegas still has a choice. So you gotta go Bo Nix. Las Vegas right behind you? Man, draft's taking too long. If it's not Bo Nix, then you gotta think Bo Nix doesn't get drafted in the first round. Yeah. Alright, Bo Nix to Denver. It's the right choice. Las Vegas, I don't know how they're feeling right now. But they are going to get Quinyon Mitchell, probably. All right, Denver, Bo Nix, that's going to be a B grade there. Not a B minus, just a B. Actually, I like Bo Nix. I'm a believer in Bo Nix. I gave the Penix a minus. We're going to give Bo Nix a plus. Especially especially the fit, right? The fit with Denver is just classic, olden days Drew Brees-esque. Not young Drew Brees. Young Drew Brees was better than Bo Nix, but and so was old Drew Brees, obviously. But Bo Nix can operate much in that similar type of offense, very effectively, I think. So I think that's a good quick rebuild for Denver with Bo Nix as their quarterback, given what they had to work with. So good job. We got that one correct. We're going to start a new poll here for the Las Vegas Raiders. And we're going to give you Quinyon Mitchell. I'm going to give you specifically Taliesa Fuanga. Could be Amarius Mims. If you think it's Amarius Mims, feel free to put that, but maybe express that in chat so I can give you extra congratulations on that. Because I think we're also going to... Well, it's not going to be Brock Bowers. It could be Terrion Arnold. I think that would be more likely than Mims over Fuaga. And it could be interior defensive line as well, of course. Or they could trade. Or they could take Spencer Rattler at this rate, 6 quarterbacks off the board in 12 picks. Amazing. I thought 5 in 12 was likely. Six. That's a record. That's got to be a record. That's insane. Who was the Broncos' pick? The roll. It was Bo Nix, baby. They had no choice. They backed themselves into that corner. They're lucky at the rate that this went that Las Vegas didn't jump them for Bo Nix. Forget skills. His name is Bo Nix, playing in Denver, Colorado. Is going to work out. All right, there we go. Bo Nix, astonishing under pressure with a 91.2 PFF grade under pressure. That's amazing. He gets rid of the ball very quickly. 14th in all of college football in 2023. Even when the snap is poor, he can recover very well. 6'2", 214 pounds, 10.25-inch hands. That help to go towards those big hands, towards recovering with those bad snaps. Short throws, very smart with the ball, extremely low turnover rate. He doesn't take sacks. All these things we love. How well do they translate at the next level? You like a guy who can make big plays, but you know what? He had Troy Franklin who made some big plays, and he helped him do that. He's got great leadership. He's very tough, mental-minded, and physically. Seemingly, he can drive the ball to all 3 areas of the field. Some people poo-poo his arm strength, but he can get the ball deep. Once again, Troy Franklin is evidence of that. Weakness, he falls back on pressure in the face when throwing. Like, his footwork gets sloppy, even though he had a very, very good high pressure grade. There were some questions about his ability to grasp and control an NFL offense, so we will see that, and that did show up a little bit in how poorly he did at the Senior Bowl. Raider selection is in. He can hesitate with throws sometimes, not trusting what he has seen, and they did it. I thought about it, and I'm like, no way you're going to do it. Brock Bowers is going to your Las Vegas Raiders. I didn't give you that option. I'm sorry. I set you guys up for failure. If I could do a 5th option, it would be other. I can only do 3. And I'm testing as how well I can read this. I can't read. Wow. I like it. They need, I guess if you view him as a big slot, that makes 100% sense. Because they need that slot guy. Beautiful. Cool beans. All right. So, there you go. Get out of here. And tight end. That's a top 10 there. That's going to be a S tier. Las Vegas. That's an S. That's an S. I could even give it an S+. Yeah, I always thought tight end, you just got your tight end last year. I never thought about the fact that, just like for Chicago or something else, using him as your big slot. Why not? Thought about it for Chicago. Didn't think about it for Las Vegas. All right. What do you guys think of that? You like that? Bo Nix to Vegas? Not Bo Nix. Brock Bowers. Okay, let's get your next. So that's going to bring us, is that New Orleans? New Orleans. Pick. So we're seeing just that one short little trade so far at pick 10. So New Orleans, Amarius Mims. I always thought Olu Fashanu for sure. Amarius Mims, Fuaga. Oh, or Fat now. Troy could make sense. Troy Fautanu. I hate calling him Fat now. I'm giving you 3 offensive linemen here to choose from. I'll give you a trade / other as the other option. And if you choose other, let me know who you're thinking in the comments. Who was the Broncos pick? Forget skills. Bo Nix will work in Denver, Colorado. Bo Nix, got it. The role. I was just going through, my Bo Nix. Okay, so Brock Bowers here for Vegas, 6'3", 243 pounds. We have gone to commercial and 5 minutes left on the New Orleans clock. So Brock Bowers, great to elite receiving grade and elite yards per route run. So that just means when he's on the field, ultra effective. The quarterback got the ball in his hands. He was utilized when he was on the field. He's amazing in the open field. He forced the second most missed tackles among tight ends in all of college football. He's good at run blocking, not fantastic, and you're not going to ask him, especially at the next level here, to be blocking any of the front 4 or 3, but at the second level, especially cornerbacks or anything like that when he meets them, but linebackers he should be able to handle just fine. And he'll get a little bit bigger too as life goes on. He's only 21 years old, remember, so he's still got some grown man strength coming his way. As far as after the catch, very, just like I said, amazing in the open field. It's a strength of his, the yak. I think his catch radius is larger than one would suspect, as he does a great job of adjusting to underthrown and overthrown balls. You watch his tape, you can see him catching balls that are just about to hit the dirt, balls that are way up there. So, although I think he had, if I remember, maybe shorter arms. Let's see here. He has below average height and weight. However, his size is average as his hand size, arm length, and okay, so he has average arm length, but his catch radius is bigger than his arm length would suggest. He is not the greatest at contested catches, so hopefully that grown man strength can help him out like that. That's why you're not going to utilize him as your typical wide receiver, or he's going to be your big slot move tight end, or is that the Y tight end? No, but you're gonna use him like like I said, a big slot move tight end. He's not a traditional tight end. Offenses will have to be open to featuring him to get the most out of him, was a note that I wrote on him. 21 years old. 2023 was a down year per PFF compared to 2021 and 2022. 92.1, 90. 84.4 most recently in 2023. So the trajectory was a little bit down, but I think the team also was down, so sometimes that can influence things a little bit, as you just don't have maybe as good of a quarterback throwing to you, for instance. He was 45th on Bruce Feldman's freaks list as well, so not all the way up there in terms of the freak list, but pretty high. And New Orleans still has 2 minutes on the clock. They're taking all their time. Probably debating, I assume, which offensive lineman that they're going to go with. So my guess is I got to go with my board. I'm going with Amarius Mims here. But Troy Fautanu is a fit for the system. And who doesn't love Taliesa Fuanga? Sorry about that, hit the mic. So, could definitely be Tally. And otherwise, like one of the edges, defensive linemen. I think you're talking trenches here on one side of the ball. Like, where to go best player available? I guess, Quinyon Mitchell's my best player available. By the way, you can find this. It will probably forever live up on my website, www.theff4forge.com. If you're curious on Saturday, or if I'm not even... if I'm not streaming, this will for sure be getting updated on Saturday as the picks go. That's kind of the reason why I didn't stream last Saturday, was so I could work on this, so then I could start to work on my videos immediately once the draft was done for the video recaps. So we'll see. But I tend to think like there's a higher chance people will come to the channel on Saturday because there are less people that are, covering the draft at that point. All right, the pick is in for New Orleans. They're clapping there in New Orleans, so I'm guessing that they picked somebody. I do not believe that they traded out of this spot. Hugs, claps, the war room's excited about whatever they did. So look at the offensive lineman ready. Is it Troy? Is it Tally? Is it Amarius? I don't know. You have voted for Tally, Fuanga. I think that's the least likely. But what the heck do I know? I mean, how many of these have I gotten right so far? Not enough. I did get Bo Nix right forever ago. In the top 3. And JJ McCarthy just not in the right spot. Michael Penix, I guess, was the only surprise there. All right, Saints. And then the wide receivers, not overly surprising, although personally I thought Malik Rome to New York. Selections in with the 14th pick of the 2024 NFL Draft. The New Orleans Saints take Talia Safuanga. Good job. Nailed it. Like I said, the NFL definitely liked him a lot. He plays with that mean nature. Like, he's incredibly nice. I love him. Great interviewer and everything. Seems like a great guy to have a beer with. But on the field, man, you don't want to be on the opposite side of him. He will throw you down, especially if you're my size. But yeah, he plays tough. He gets some of those after the whistle blows types of penalties. So New Orleans gonna get a little bit meaner. Very much, not very much, but he and Trevor Penning could make for the most vicious duo in the NFL, possibly. Don't they have Trevor Penning in New Orleans? Is that wrong? So New Orleans, we're gonna give that a B. That's an A. That's an A. My bad. Nice pick. Actually, I love Tally. That's an A+. Do I love the fit? I don't love the fit. Who am I to judge the fit, though? Still, I'm going to judge it. I'm just going to give it an A. All right. What do any of us know? We're all just guessing and making the best choices we can. That is correct. One of these days, I'll have some inside sources. Then I can kind of know. But even the guys with inside sources don't know. As they shouldn't. We shouldn't know these things. That would be a failure by those NFL teams if we knew. Because if we know, then their competition definitely knows. All right. That's going to bring us Indianapolis on the clock. What are we thinking here? Quinyon Mitchell. Obviously, Brian Thomas Jr. I'm just going to put BTJ. Would be a great fit for them. I personally like another wide receiver more than that. They could go edge here. Is that more likely? What do I have for my needs on them? Safety, cornerback, linebacker, wide receiver, O-line, tight end, edge. I'll go edge and trade. Start it. There you go. The poll is up. Talia Safuanga goes to New Orleans. Like I said, once again, more of a gap blocker, but he is mobile. He really is. So I believe his grading, although not as... it might have actually been better. One of those guys, between Latham and did I give that to Tally? I did. Oh, no, that's right. Between Latham and Talia Safuanga, one of them was actually better at zone blocking than I kind of would give them credit for in my memory. All right. Fuaga, 6'6", 324 pounds, big boy. Again, above average girth. Run blocking is his best trait, and New Orleans is probably going to want to get that running game back up and running with the quarterback that they have. He drives rushers back well above average acceleration. He has excellent anchor and a very good strength in his core. He's a tone setter, as I was talking about. He plays with attitude and he plays with power. His weakness, he gets beat on inside moves, sometimes lacks the agility to recover against quicker edge rushers when they, once again, beat him on the inside move. And his length is a concern, especially out at edge. Could be a guard, but with the needs at tackle, I would say that New Orleans views him as a tackle. If I had to guess, maybe not. But he just barely makes the cut to be a tackle with 33.12 arms. So 1-2-inch arms. So they are long enough to make. Some teams have apparently a 34-inch arm cutoffs, but there's a lot of guys in the league that play tackle that don't have 34-inch arms. Let's see, he was an elite run blocker, good to great pass blocker, so kind of the opposite of Olu Fashanu in that sense. He dominated at the Senior Bowl, absolutely dominated. He put Chop Robinson on his butt with ease. He also gives off great vibes for the locker room. Easy to work with, easy to get along with kind of guy. Excellent interview at the Senior Bowl, as I was talking about, kind of guy you'd like to have a beer with, and you'd like to be on your side if you ever got in a fight, all of the above, and he seems like the kind of guy who would throw down to help you if you were his friend. Let's see, the Las Vegas pick of Bowers was the best thing they could have done, bar getting a quarterback. Yeah, you're definitely a little disappointed that they didn't get a quarterback. I do think the odds, they became, not too long before the draft, the best odds team to get Spencer Rattler, I believe. There was always one team that was going to miss out on quarterback here. If you thought New York Giants were in the sweeps. Instead, Atlanta ended up being in. All right, so the pick is in for Indy. You went Quinyon Mitchell there. That's what I would guess too, but definitely would not be surprised by BTJ. I don't think I would trade this away at this point. I don't know. The board's kind of sitting nice. Like, I don't think that there's a team trying to trade up the farm. I'm not surprised that no edge rushers have been taken yet. That's not a complete shock. Little bit of a shock, but not a complete shock. All right, come on. We're all excited. Who's the pick? I should get the cornerbacks up here. I started looking for Indianapolis instead of Quinyon Mitchell. This is my boy. I love Quinyon. I have a top 10 pick ranking on him. Indianapolis Colts select Latu. They did go edge. Look at that. I predicted them to go edge in one of my recent, maybe my big recent mock. I don't know if it was Latu or not. There you go. Considering the city, Las Vegas, Bowers' pick is quality but also flashy. Yeah, they need that big. I mean, it makes sense. I like that pick as well. All right, so that's what are we doing? Latu, at a boy, first edge off the board. Love it. He is my top edge, top 10 pick. That is going to be Indianapolis getting an S tier grade on Latu because I love him. In fact, no, I'm not going to give it an S plus because I think for them, I would have gone Quinyon Mitchell. But I get it. Latu is a beast. You just don't find edge rushers coming out as prepared and ready to go day one in the NFL as Latu is. So there goes my number 9 ranked player off of the board. Quinyon's still available. And that's going to bring who up on the clock? Pick 16. Is that Cincinnati already? Seattle. That makes more sense. Who will Seattle take at pick 16? Or will they trade out? I do have cornerback as a need for them, but let's see. Amarius Mims, I think, very likely. Troy Fautanu, not too far behind that. I just think that they would like Amarius Mims better, but let's see here. Could be a defensive back. Oh, interior defense, Byron Murphy. We'll go offensive line. Cornerback. Q. Specifically, but or cornerback in general there as a second option. I'll give you in case you think. And Byron Murphy. I mean, if you're going best player available in my eyes, you're going Quinyon, but it's so close between him and Amarius Mims with the need. Cincinnati, I mean, I'm going Amarius Mims if I'm Cincinnati. So, what did we just have there? Latu, edge rush. 6'4.5", great size, 262 pounds. He stacks moves well to win the rep. He has great awareness and game IQ. Like I said, I mean, as prepared as anybody could be to be coming into the next level in terms of awareness, the moves, the knowledge of the position. He is an artist and a ninja with his hands. In terms of how well he works at the edge, and he always has a plan. He holds up very well against the run as well, 82.1 run defense grade, so that's very nice. Weakness, of course, the medical concerns, but we knew some teams were good with it, some weren't, so that was just up to the team. But yeah, you know, maybe he has a shorter career, but I think it'd be fine to get out of him a worthy, 5 years or something at a minimum, but hopefully longer. Athleticism is actually, he did pretty well at the combine. Not his strongest suit, but on the field, his athletics are definitely enough, and I think will be enough at the next level as well to continue to succeed. But that is one of people's concerns about him. A little bit less so for me. And then below average arm length, that is a concern at the next level. You're going to be meeting guys with longer arms. Can they snatch you up all the easier? With all of his moves and this ninja chopping, getting arms out of the way, I don't think it's going to be a problem for him, but I do believe there is some evidence to say that it could be a problem for him in his career. Elite at the college level last year in terms of his how well he did with his pass rushing and his pass rush win rate. He crushed it at the Senior Bowl, did well throughout the process. And he doesn't just win by a little. More often, he won by a lot in my eyes. So that's why I really, really liked him. I'm getting excited. Cincinnati getting closer and closer if available. It'll be between Mims and Murphy, but wouldn't be surprised if it's Mitchell. Who do we have? Oh, it's Seattle. I was still thinking Cincinnati when I gave you these options. For Seattle, it's still Byron Murphy as an option. Edge rusher is an option. I know you went Quinyon. I mean, Troy Fautanu, I think it's O-line myself here. When you say Cincinnati's getting closer, I'm like, wait, I screwed up. I'll give you a chance just in case I influenced, because I'm not even going to give you. You're not even going to get Quinyon Mitchell as an option, I don't think. Seattle Seahawks, pick. You're going to get. I'll try to give you Byron Murphy. I mean, it's not out of the question that they go corner, so I will give you Quinyon Mitchell. Trade is also very likely for them, or very much live for them. But with the offensive linemen not falling, we didn't expect them to, but with them not falling, I think you just take Troy Fautanu here, myself, or Marius Mims. I think they might like for Troy more than Amarius, is my guess. Yeah, I know, but when you said that Cincinnati, you're waiting for them, I'm like, oh yeah, that's right, they're not on the clock yet. Yeah, my buzz isn't quite building yet for Green Bay, but Green Bay could move like this. This would be a possible trading spot for the Green Bay Packers. I wouldn't be surprised if they came up here, and then that'd be for Dijon, Dijon, I guess. Or Maris Mims, or Quinion Mitchell. Actually, at this point, I mean, with Quinion Mitchell back on the board, still on the board, maybe it would be for that. All right, we're coming back. No, we're not. There we are. Back from commercial. Seattle's pick is in. I'm all ready to go with the Troy Fautanu. This never works out. Let's see. You have voted Troy Fautanu yourself. So that is two of us. I think trade is the second most likely option. I'm sorry about that. Let me get that fixed. There we go. We're also getting to that point where, I mean, people that we thought were second round guys could all of a sudden be popping in here. Jacksonville Jaguars are on the clock. So I'm just gonna end this poll. They're taking their sweet time with this. You screw with me when you do this. They're telling a story about something here. Alright, so Jacksonville Jaguars. We're going to see if Quinion Mitchell doesn't make it to him. That's been a very popular pick. I've put it with them, linked them to Quinion Mitchell for some time as well, but I thought they'd have to trade up for him. Apparently, I'm a little high on Quinion Mitchell, or who knows. Jacksonville, wide receiver. Quinion Mitchell. Edge. Trade. I think that's the options I'll give you. Maybe interior defensive line. I'll check my needs here. But Seahawks selection is in. And they have selected. With the 16th pick of the NFL 2024 NFL Draft, they have selected Byron. Did I have Byron Murphy on there? I did. Byron Murphy is the choice here for Seattle. I backed off of this thanks to some stupid person who convinced me that their interior defensive line room was already too expensive, so there's no way that they would draft guy in the first round there because they have so many resources already put to that position. So I backed off of this, but in order for this defense to thrive, the defensive tackle is the heart of it. So it makes a lot of sense for the Seahawks and their defense. Byron Mitchell gone. Interior defensive lineman Byron Murphy gonna get an A. for Seattle. He wasn't like a my guy or anything, but very, very good pick, obviously. And that's going to leave us with Quinyon Mitchell still on the board, wide receiver edge trade there for the Jacksonville Jaguars. The poll is open. And we'll leave that up on the screen a little bit there for Byron Murphy. And I got a little too cocky. I brought the Fautano up. I told you that never works out. Where are you? All right, great player here. 6 foot and a half, 200.5 inches, 297 pounds. Elite pass rush win rate of 19.6. That is actually well beyond elite. Even 17% is still an elite number. So really, really high. Almost 1 in 5 snaps he was putting pressure on the quarterback. Well, he was winning his rep to put pressure on the quarterback. He can wreak havoc in the backfield. First step explosiveness is, way up there. That's how you helps to win the pass rush. Down in and down out. Above average strength, very strong guy. He's not going to catch too many plays from behind. His lateral movement isn't great. He's not going to go down and, get the running back 10 yards or 5 yards off to the side or anything like that. He lacks mean hands. He could get a little meaner with that. Pursuit from behind, like I said, is a weakness. Shorter arms, shorter wingspan are some disadvantages of his, but 18 on Bruce Feldman's Freaks list, only 21 and a half years old. He's a monster to have to handle and should succeed at the next level. The Vikings are up on the clock again at pick 17, so there was a trade, by the way. I wish I had noticed that. They came up for Dallas Turner. That makes some sense. And so Jacksonville trades back. I thought they would have been all over Quinyon there. They're going to move all the way back to 23. So Jacksonville using some of their capital, or Minnesota using some of their capital to come up here. Sorry, Roll. But, I mean, you should have been prepared for it. Everybody was trying to tell you to be prepared that you guys weren't drafting one of them. Dallas Turner off of the board here to Minnesota. Very, very high upside defensive end. Fits Minnesota and what they're going to want to get. Defensive end, edge rusher, linebacker, really. It fits Minnesota's scheme, what they want to do. So, yeah, good pick there. That's going to be an A for me as well. Pick 17. Gave up some resources, but they picked... that works really well with that trade earlier. Or did they use resources both times? Did they trade up? Yeah, they traded up both times, huh? So they're the only team to have... They've made 2 trades in this draft. They've been involved in both trades. Good for them. So that means that the Los Angeles Rams are picking edge Jared Verse. Oh, that's why they wanted to jump there. Very wise. I do think pretty good chance the Rams would have been going Dallas Turner there. We're gonna put Quinyon Mitchell. I've never had Quinyon Mitchell go to the Rams. Is it the Rams at 18? Am I doing this right? Or am I one too early? That's Cincinnati. Cincinnati's on the clock. Congratulations, Cincinnati is on the clock. Butt clinched. Alright, Cincinnati. Pick 1.18. Who you taking? You got Quinyon Mitchell. You got Amarius Mims. That's my bet. And Jerzon Newton. A lot of talk about him not getting taken in the first round, but very well might be. So we'll see. Where's Edge? Look at Minnesota's rating back up here. Dallas Turner to Minnesota. Oh, I like his suit. Very athletic. Oh, let me get that, huh? All right. Dallas Turner is 6'2.5", 247 pounds. Elite acceleration and explosiveness on his first step. Above average for his size, even. Very good bend. Versatile alignment. Linebacker, you can drop him back into coverage, etc., and he's going to be able to work from there as well. As you can put him right up on the line. He's big enough. And he's got the length. Great length. Above average arm length and very large wingspan. Weaknesses, poor run stop rate. Yeah, not the best against the run. And that goes to his ability to shed blocks isn't the best, which he has the tools to get better at shedding blocks, block shedding. So he should be able to get better at that with his arm length. His speed to power is not a strength of his. He has a lack of pass rush moves in general, but that's why he's a bit of a development. That's why he lasted this long in the draft. And he has below average height and weight. A little bit small for an edge rusher, but not small. A little bit short for an edge rusher. Average girth. Great pass rush and grade and win rate. 21 years old too, so still young and growing, and that old man strength will come his way soon enough. So, yeah, very good choice. Dallas Turner wasn't my guy. I had him ranked behind both Verse and Latu, so I was a little bit low on him, if anything. But not too low. Had him right around this pick, I think, in my overall rankings. So, we got somebody thinking that Cincinnati's going to trade out of this spot. We got Burn Merkham, who is currently having a heart attack, I believe. The pick is in, so yeah, the heart attack's in full throttle. Be interested to see Burn if you end up liking your team's pick or what. I'm just going to go ahead and roll up the offensive lineman here. We'll see. I'm waiting until like the end of the commercial to take this bite. I shouldn't be. Troy Franklin round 2. Come on, Chargers. Don't mess this up. You can do better than Troy. Xavier Worthy. Xavier Legette. I have major worries about him, but I think he'd be more of a Chargers guy. Roman Wilson, probably, is what it's going to end up being, though. You're going to get Roman Wilson and Blake Corum tomorrow. I think you have 3 picks, don't you? Tomorrow? Or am I just thinking of that because like I usually have you guys trade back? Dude, Joe Alt's a beast. He's a definite upgrade over Pipkins. Who, by the way, absolutely sucks against the run. Sucks in the run fit. Like, his PFF score in the specifically for gap run blocking snaps last year was like a 30 something. Terrible. Absolutely terrible. And that's, exactly what Harbaugh wants to do. All right. Cincinnati pick is in round 1, pick 18. I gotta guess. Marius Mims. Let's see if I can get another one right here. Come on, baby. Nah. Well, it depends how they use them. Are they going to use them like a big slot? Because that's what they need to do. It is Amarius Mims. There we go. We got it. We're back. We're back on the board, baby. All right. Get him out of there. Almost a top 10 kind of grade for me on Amarius Mims, but not quite. Just enough questions surrounding that. But also, my second offensive lineman because of the ceiling. All right, so that is going to be an A as well for me on that one. Nothing too crazy going on here. For the most part, the NFL's sticking within my rankings within an acceptable range. Outside of just a couple, one or two picks? Yeah, 2, I think. Amarius Mims to Cincinnati. Are you happy with that, Mr. Burn Merkham? First of all, let's get Los Angeles Rams up here. And that ball. Who are you taking, Rams? We got Jared Verse, Quinion Mitchell, Troy Fautanu, probably be my next guess there, and trade back, possible. I don't think there's much of a reason to trade back. Could be a wide receiver, sneaky wide receiver play here for the Rams. Did you see who you guys took, Burn? We got it right. Or I got it right. Amarius Mims. I love it. He's going to be really good. He's going to keep Joe Burrow healthy. All right. So speaking of Amarius Mims, 6'7", 340 pounds. He has elite physical traits in height, in weight, in hand size, in arm length, in wingspan. He has very good size. He's very girthy. Not extremely girthy, but very girthy. His athletics are great for his size, and he already does the minimum. He's already acceptable. You could put him out there day one if you needed to, and he'll have, typical rookie mistakes and everything, and maybe a few more than some others who you draft in the top 20 in previous years, but he gets the assignment done. Where are his weaknesses? Still learning the technique of the position. His hands and his footwork sometimes are not timed correctly, and sometimes that seems to be because he's not trusting himself. And he just needs to have confidence in what he's doing, but he doesn't have that confidence because he's only done it for like 700 snaps or something like that, a very limited amount of work at the college level. And now we're going, up another level. His positional IQ, once again, his confidence, knowing what he's doing out there through fire as his example, like he just needs to get out there and get more reps. I think is the best way for him to learn. And so about halfway through the season, he'll probably in position to do that. He'll learn for the first half of the season on the sidelines, but they'll get him out there quick enough, I assume. Zone blocker, not so great. He needs to strengthen his base. Not less than 700 snaps over the past 2 seasons. Possibly maybe some health concerns with him. Great pass blocker, good run blocker. So he will protect. I don't hate the pick. I think he had a ton of upside. He does. And could potentially be ready to go when Trent Brown... Yeah, exactly. Exactly. He'll be ready to go when Trent Brown goes down in week 7. I think he's absolutely fantastic, and he'll keep... He and Joe Burrow will be best friends. He'll get many a steak dinners from Joe Burrow. And maybe a Mercedes if they can get to the Super Bowl, which, you know, they could. They could. Joe Burrow's pretty good. Gonna have to get creative with the team building here pretty quickly, but I think you got, you know, this year, and Emmanuel Smith goes to go a long ways towards helping you guys to do that. I think, you know, I guess Trent Brown could stay healthy. Maybe they don't end up using him, but I think he'll probably get used this year, and I think he'll be good enough. All right, so the Rams are on the clock. We've got vote for Jared Verse. What did I say? Yeah, I mean, I've done Troy Fautanu, I've done Jared Verse. I don't think I've ever had Quinyon Mitchell quite make it this far. I guess I liked him more than the league. It happens. I still think he's a stud. I don't like him less now because he's fallen. Oh. My cat just hit the microphone. What's up, cat? No. No. What's up? All right, the Rams have made their decision, and we're up to the podium. 2024 draft here in Detroit. What's up? What's up? With the 19th pick. Oh gosh. Of the draft, the Rams select Jared Verse. There he goes. Nice job. I guess I didn't make a decision, did I? I said I should have made a decision. I don't know, but good job there, chat. Jared Verse it is, and I mean I know I've done that in some. My number 12 player here, I like him. My number 2 edge rusher, 12 overall in this draft. As you can see, I'm pretty high on Jared Verse. And I like the fit, everything good enough. He is surprisingly athletic. A lot of people think that he's just a power guy. And he knows the position quite well. A lot of people don't think he's as developed as he is. Jared Verse to Los Angeles Rams. That is an A as well at pick 19. All right. So, pick 20 is not Miami, not Philadelphia. It's Pittsburgh. Well, Fautanu, probably the guy, right? All right, so Pitt. Pick 1.20. Who you taking? Oh, you know what? I have had Quinyon Mitchell make it this far in the draft before, and I had. This was my 2.0, I think, mock draft. Quinyon Mitchell going to Pittsburgh. So we shall see. Troy Fautanu. Now, when I did that, I think Troy Fautanu was available, and I think I overlooked him because I wanted better run blocking than Troy, I think, most likely can offer. That was part of it. And wide receiver. We'll just go wide receiver as the other option here, and trade. Really quiet with the trades in this draft. So much talk about trades, but I think for the most part, people are just liking the board, which I always thought was a possibility here. I am a little surprised. I always jumped up for Quinyon Mitchell at any point, but I might not be able to. Those calls might be happening. Anyways, and just not going anywhere. So, Jared Verse. This also might mean that the NFL is a little bit more okay with like the day two cornerbacks, especially compared to the edge rushers. Because I think that those were two positions where like we got 4 of them here that are kind of clearly top of the class for each of those positions, and maybe. And I would probably agree with this. They're less confident with the depth of the edge than the cornerback. And it is a position where you need to get like the higher, like 6th round edge rushers just don't ever succeed. All right, so Jared Verse, 6'4", 256 pounds. His strengths are the fact that he is extremely strong. He is a human bulldozer. He has heavy attacking hands. He has a diverse pass rush plan. As I said, he's more developed than you think. He plays with a high motor. He is absolutely never out of the play. He keeps on playing harder and harder throughout the play. He has an explosive first step. His get off is very, very quick. Similar, but more so than Laiatu Latu. His athletic profile was more than enough to not be overly concerned about his move up to the next level. And even there, I understated it. I mean, his athletic profile, he had like a 9.5 RAS score. He is plenty athletic for the NFL. His weaknesses are his gap discipline. Sometimes he just leaves his gap wide open for the run. That's not great. Shedding blocks, not great. Run play diagnosis, once again, not great. He can be better against the run. You know, you think of an extremely strong edge rusher, you should be able to hold your ground and do good against the run. So that's just about, and you know, maybe he was, who knows how his coaching went and what they were asking of him. Maybe he is kind of told to play wild and whatnot and just hunt for the pass rushing pressures and stamina. So he get in the gym there, you know, work on that stamina a little bit better. But he has great pass rush grade, elite pass rush win rate, number 26 on Bruce Feldman's freaks list. One of the downturns of him, just like Laiatu Latu as well too. 23 and a half years old, a little bit older, but especially in this draft, age happens. We're getting out of that, where maybe we can start dinging people for their age a little bit more soon. But as of now, with COVID and everything still affecting the ages of guys, there are more guys that are just a little bit older in the drafts. So Steelers pick is in. We got Quinyon Mitchell, Troy Fautanu, a wide receiver of, I would say, Adonai Mitchell or Brian Thomas Jr. And of these, I have mocked definitely Quinyon Mitchell and Adonai Mitchell. Both of the Mitchells. To Pittsburgh before. Brian Thomas Jr., of course, would make sense as well. Jackson Powers Johnson could be up there as an option. Should be, probably. Cooper DeJean, a cornerback outside of it, possible. A lot there possible. Did I never take J.J. McCarthy off of here? There we go. All right, Roger is working his way up towards the podium. He was not walking up to the podium, I guess. So, oh, now he is. He died. And he's walking up with, I can't see your face because of CC. It's like an offensive lineman. I was thinking one of their centers from previous history, which would be something if they took Jackson Powers Johnson. So is this a previous Walter Payton Award winner? Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year. It is a center. It is center Cam Hayward. No, center. Jesus. He plays defense. I know what I'm talking about. Did I get verse right? Sorry, work distracted me. Yes, verse was correct, my good sir. And you've gone Troy. I've gone Quinion and Adonai Mitchell definitely in the past here for Steelers. I thought Troy, I think I passed up on Troy in at least one of those situations too where he was still available here. So we'll see if I was correct to make that decision for them. Just because I was thinking maybe the fit, they don't love Troy as much. Cam's taking his sweet time here. Come on, Cam. Just tell us. The 20th pick of the 2024 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers take tackle Troy Fautanu. I was incorrect to take one or both of them up ahead of Troy Fautanu. I think they're getting awesome lineman here in Troy. His movement skills are something else. I just thought, I mean, it makes sense. They need line. They need offensive line help. So, good decision. I overthought it. There it is. One of my last first round grades on him. Pittsburgh. That's still an A there. Good job. Really good. Really good offensive lineman there. Wonder what they'll do. I mean, I think you keep Braxton at right tackle. Put Troy at left. Rookie left tackle, though. We'll see. We'll see what the plan is there. Good job. 2 in a row, I think, for you, chat. Killing it. And that's going to bring Troy up here. I know Pittsburgh fans are going to be really happy about that. They really didn't like anything outside of Troy, in my experience, for drafts. Outside of offensive line. So, Troy Fautanu, tackle / guard. I think he's a tackle. A lot of people thought he was a guard, then thought he's a tackle. Again, but still say kind of maybe he could be a guard to start out with. I never loved him as a guard. I really liked him as a tackle, quite a bit. 6'4", 317 pounds, and I think he'll get a chance here to go straight to tackle for Pittsburgh. His hand placement, strengths here, hand placement, nasty finisher. He can flatten guys out in the open space. Puller. This is why I don't know that Pittsburgh's going to utilize his skill set completely, but maybe they will. Maybe they will. Pass protection is a strength of his. He has above average size. He is athletic, above average to a very good base, explosion, balance, anchor, all those things. Big-butted kind of guy. Very good acceleration. 10-yard split was elite for his size, and that comes through on film and when he used him as a puller, etc. So really, really good offensive lineman. Running backs are going to like him. Pass protection is great. His run blocking did suffer, but it's weird because, especially in zone blocking, like he didn't grade out very well. But that's where his strength should be. So I don't know what was up with that. He is not the strongest. I mean, gap blocking, run blocking here, you would think would be a weakness because of the strength, and then the zone blocking because of his ability to be used as a polar and everything, and his speed and agility and athleticism. But whatever the case, strength, weakness. Loses big semi-consistently was like the biggest knock on him. He would just lose, without putting up enough of a fight, and that's that whole strength concern. But it's not an attitude issue, so whatever it is, get it fixed up. There's a lot to really like about him. He's excellent as a pass blocker and just an average run blocker, and you really do want good pass blocking, I guess, for not for the system, but for your current quarterbacks that you may be using. They can use all the time that they can get in the world between Russell Wilson and, the Chicago kid, Justin Fields. So 23 and a half years old as well, a little bit more on the older side, but like I said, not really holding that against these guys too much this year. Still got the whole pandemic thing affecting ages of these guys. I work with a Pitt fan. He's talked about Troy a lot. Yeah, makes sense. And they're one offensive line from having a complete offensive line for the first time in many years. That thing's been atrocious for a while. They're very close to having a good offensive line. And, you know, if I could somehow get JPJ or Zach Frazier yet, then that offensive line's all the way there. So, good pick by Pittsburgh. Bad pick by me in trying to play somebody else over Troy Fautanu to them. I'll learn my lessons. I got a little too fancy with that. I just really they got what's his name in there as their offensive coordinator. I just really thought Troy Fautanu was just not hitting enough marks. Arthur Smith, offensive coordinator. You know, he likes to run so much. That being the weakness of Troy Fautanu. I didn't think so. But it makes a lot of sense for the quarterbacks. You know what? I am going to give this an A- for the match. There is a reason that I would give them Quinyon Mitchell over him. But still an A. Just an A-. Yeah, perfect. Get a little bit of my flair in on that grading because I don't know how much it matches up with what they want to do. But maybe they're not concerned about it. Dolphins are on the clock. They're up back. Oh gosh. Dolphins. Can we get this poll up quick enough? I don't know. Dolphins pick. Obviously. I am the first person, by the way, that ever did this. Gave them... Oh gosh. Why can't I think of your name here? Graham Barton. Quinyon Mitchell has definitely got to be an option here now, and wide receiver will give you. You know, maybe it is a wide receiver, but I'm gonna go Jerzon Newton. And then we're gonna go trade or other. With the board like it is, they've got to be thinking about trading back right now. Or open to it. Open-minded about it. But at the same time, if you love Graham Barton, I don't know how much you're going to want to move back. I do have a first, second round grade on him, though, so who knows? Maybe I'm more accurate on that than where he's been getting taken in drafts. So then you could move back pretty easily. 6, 7 spots. But I know you got to be afraid of Dallas taking him. 21st pick of the 2024 NFL Draft. I think we would have seen if Edge Chop Robinson. All right, we'll end the poll. Wow, Edge is not a super big surprise. I am a little surprised by Chop Robinson to Miami, though. I never quite connected them. That is going to be a B. And it's not, I don't know that I can give this a B-. I kind of want to because of who else. I am going to because of what else is available right now. I don't love the choice for them. Handing out those minuses like a crazy man right now. All right, where are you, Chop? That is my number 33 ranked gentleman off of the board. Wow, Quinyon. Cornerbacks in general. All 4 of them still available. Not utterly surprising outside of Quinyon Mitchell for me. I thought the league and I were in unison there. All right, so Chop Robinson, ultra athletic. Let me see here. Oh, what the heck, cat? Calm down. We're gonna start a poll for the next pick. Pick 22. Philly Quinyon. Could feel you played this perfectly. Quinyon Mitchell. Terrion Arnold. A wide I think offensive lineman. Yeah, like Jackson JPJ. I don't think I've ever done that, but I'll give that as an option. Trade / other. All right, the poll is up for the Philadelphia Eagles. You've got Quinyon Mitchell, Terrion Arnold, JPJ, or trade / other as our options. I do think Kool-Aid McKinstry over Terrion Arnold might. No, we're talking Philly. Never mind. All right. Edge rusher. Chop Robinson, 6'3", 254 pounds. He's good against the run, 76.3 run defense grade. Actually, not bad. People think that he sucks against it. No, he doesn't. High motor / high effort kind of guy. You like that. He can drop into short range coverage. He has the athleticism to do that, so that's good, and the smarts. Extremely quick acceleration. He's very fast, very explosive first step, and he's very agile and has quick feet. Sometimes he shows great bend, not always. The issue here is he doesn't. It's not an art form for him like we call it for Laiatu. Laiatu is an art form. His pass rushing is the science, an art form, whatever. Laiatu doesn't know the science or the art to pass rushing. His pass repertoire doesn't really exist a whole lot there, and he doesn't really have any counter moves when what little pass rush moves he has get stunted. His below average arm length and extremely small wingspan, so that's going to work against him. He also has very small hands. You know, grip strength once again. You gotta push people around a little bit. Not going to be so easy. And he plays a little bit. He plays kind of stiff. He still needs to learn the position more. Very young guy though. Elite pass rushing grade. Great pass rush win rate in college. Probably gonna need some development to go. But I think he's going to get thrown out there early for Miami. They need help at the edge with some major injuries occurring last year. So that, in that sense, it makes sense that they went edge. Here, not a lot of great options as you go along down the draft board. So it makes enough sense. I would have done something else if I was Miami, and so that's why I did give them the minus along with the B there. But, you know, it's a B minus. It's not a bad grade. I support the decision a little bit. Philadelphia's pick is in. I will be very surprised if this is not Quinyon Mitchell. Then again, nothing should surprise me right now. I knew this would be a fun draft. It is very fun. Just going, ever so slightly different than expected. Seeing how the NFL thinks of these cornerbacks has been interesting because I was Terrion Arnold. I like in a sense like I like Cooper DeJean. He was a guy who I waffled with my ranking of how high or low to get him. Several times I put Nate Wiggins ahead of him and then moved them back because of Nate Wiggins' size. So just in general, though, not shocking that these cornerbacks are being pushed down the board a little bit. And Quinyon Mitchell has the big question. He played in the MAC. How is that gonna convert at the next level? It looked great throughout the process, but there's a small sample size. So understandable for these teams to be a little bit patient here with these cornerbacks. And I think we're seeing that they like the depth of the cornerback class more than the edge class showing up here in what they're taking and leaving on the board early on. Because usually the NFL's higher on cornerbacks than the draft community. All right. Roger Goodell coming out for the 22nd pick of the NFL draft. My back hurts. That feels better. He's just talking away, advertising for the Sao Paulo game that'll be played in Brazil. Just talking good every time he gets up on the about the NFL, you know. A little too much for my liking here. We get it, NFL. You contribute to communities with programs and stuff. Jordan Mailata will be joining live from Australia. It looks early in the morning there, I assume. It's not too early. There's people out on the beach, though. Philadelphia Eagles select Quinyon Mitchell, baby. It says John Mitchell. I don't think that's right. All right, Philly fans. Now, can you shut up, please? We're never going to take a cornerback. We don't need a cornerback. That's an S+, baby. Philadelphia freaking kills it. Doesn't even have to spend any capital to get a guy who I think is going to be an absolute shutdown corner in Quinyon Mitchell. Love him. Love the pick. Love the fit. I mean, they want a lot of zone coverage, but he can play man when they ask him to play man just fine, we think. But we know he can kill it in zone coverage. Great pick. Robbie, what's up, man? Thank you for coming on through. I'm glad you like the pick. Are you a Philly fan? So many Philly fans in the comments every time I picked a cornerback. They'll never do that. Bull. There's never a big enough sample size to ever say with absolute certainty that a team won't do something. It just doesn't work. Seattle, how'd you like your draft? It's already out of my head. I can show you your grading here. You surprised me, I think, Seattle. Where did you go? Was it Edge? Oh yeah, Byron Murphy. You gotta like that, right? You guys you have a lot of money on the interior defensive line, but you need it to be elite. Yeah. I thought it was that or edge rusher, kind of. But I was convinced by somebody else because of all the money. They were talking about all the money you guys spent on the interior of the defensive line, that like there's no way that they're going to take one in the draft. And until that point, I was really leaning heavily towards Byron Murphy. And then so the last couple of mocks, I think, of mine, I think I moved away from that. I got convinced otherwise. All right, Quinyon Mitchell. Actually, let me first do this. Glad you're happy with your pick, man. Congratulations. So that leaves pick 23. It's Jacksonville. Oh, Jacksonville just missed out. So that's going to be Terrion Arnold. Although I think, see, this is what I don't love. This is why I wanted to reach for Quinyon Mitchell if I was Jacksonville, but they passed up on it. I'm just going to go cornerback because honestly, I think it could be a very surprising cornerback decision. Wide receiver. Edge rusher? No way. Interior defensive line, I suppose. Jerzon Newton? The pick is in. Let me get this up here quick. Probably not going to trade again. All right. Poll is up. Those are your options. Cornerback, wide receiver. Yeah, could be multiple guys at this point. Jerzon Newton. Take your pick. Where do you think you guys are going? As far as Quinyon Mitchell goes, 99th percentile in forced incompletion rate, 6 foot, 195 pounds, breaks on routes and instincts plus IQ, helped him to break on routes so much. Great spacing and competitive at the catch point. He tends to be patient when playing man. He doesn't get overly physical, but he does play physically. Just doesn't get flagged a whole lot as well. Above average size, above average to good in run support, above average acceleration, and very good along speed. He has extremely strong upper body strength. He did the weightlifting at the combine and put up like 22 reps or something. Don't quote me on that. Weaknesses, his deep recovery speed is a bit of a weakness. Hey, you're going to be using him in a lot of zone coverage there anyway, so that's going to work out very well. But he should run well at the combine, and he did. He can be overly aggressive sometimes and bite on the double move, and that's going to be then when that recovery comes into concern, but he can be in a Vic Fangio, right? Defense. That's not right, not Fangio. Oh gosh. I have it. Ryan Nielsen's defense. Oh, I was thinking of Philadelphia still for a moment there. Yeah, Philadelphia is who I want. Philadelphia's who I want. Come on. Why won't it show up? We got Jigs are up on the clock. Philadelphia. Vic Fangio. I was right. Why did that seem wrong? Transition out of the back pedal, also a concern. Excellent in coverage. 2 years of elite production. Exclusively played off coverage in college, but proved he should be fine in man. And my original first pick for Jacksonville comes true. Brian Thomas Jr. When they passed up on the opportunity there for cornerback, it was very not optimistic about them taking cornerback here. They must think that I think that they think that they did pretty well by adding Roby. I think it was Roby to that defense. That doesn't sound right. But whoever they added there, they must be proud of. So, even more so than the addition of, because this is very similar to who they just paid from Gabe Davis. Going to do very similar things for this offense, which is why I stopped mocking Brian Thomas Jr. to them. So, Brian Thomas Jr., pick 25. It's going to be S tier. So I don't hate the pick. What I hate is I'm adding Gabe Davis and then making this pick. Okay, well, end the poll. Was not a cornerback. Was BTJ. Pick 25. Round 1 or better. Yeah, it's S tier. You're getting an S on this one, Jacksonville, but not even an S minus, but we'll see. Maybe I'll come back and change that. So, where are we, wide receivers? Here we go. BTJ. Big, fast. In some ways quite similar to, I comped him a little bit to Christian Watson, the Green Bay Packers. So Brian Thomas Jr., a little shorter, 6'3", 209 pounds. Great, very high contested catch rate at 53.8%. So, he's physical, gets up there, high points ball. He's a deep catch threat, highly athletic, solid yak ability. He has a variety of releases, works best in off coverage, however. So, teams pretty much played off coverage exclusively against LSU last year because they were such deep play threats and how that offense worked. So, those are just things that I think they're going to have to learn as they go. As far as his weaknesses, he struggles with short and intermediate route breaks. Getting in and out of them, he has an underdeveloped route tree. That's something that you can learn and figure out. I don't think it takes a rocket scientist to do that, but not something that's going to be coming in as a weapon of his year one, really. a complete route tree, but year 2, 3 should start to develop that a little bit better. 75.1 PFF receiving grade, not great, not bad. 2023 was a breakout season for him. A lot of the LSU team. So I struggled very much so on liking, loving, kind of even disliking Brian Thomas Jr. Him being a first to second round, even a second round grade, never quite got to that point. But first to second round grade was very, very close to going that far. But at the end of the day, big, strong, physical, fast. You can't teach that. And he's similar enough to Christian Watson, who I thought should have been a first rounder. So at the end of the day, I said, even if it's a late first round, I want him in the first round. And you got him late first round. So he gets an S tier against my will. So very, very exciting player, Jacksonville. What are you going to do with Gabe Davis now? Why did you pay Gabe Davis all his money? I get it. They can coexist in an offense. Did I already take him down? I did. So who do we got? Dallas on the clock. Center. Oh, Packers are coming up. Packers are coming up. All right, Dallas. What do you want? You want a cornerback? Do you want a center? O-line. We'll just go O-line. Oh, Bo Nix is no longer here. Nope, I gotta get more. Okay. I'll give you 2 offensive line options. It's JPJ or Graham Barton, who I think it might end up being here. Apparently, a lot of smoke around them really liking Graham Barton. Or trade back. I always thought that that was an option for Dallas, depending on the board and what they like. Wouldn't be the worst case scenario for them to make it. Not a big trade back. It was a smaller one. 50 seconds. They're taking this down to the wire as a rapper that I shall not name once upon a time said. Right through the wire. Sorry, I just don't really like that rapper anymore. Right down through the wire. I can't sing for crap. All right, I think we're all updated on all this stuff. So Brian Thomas Jr., congratulations, Jacksonville. So we've got Terrion Arnold sitting here still, highest ranked, but once again, it's one of those that I didn't ever love how high I had him ranked, but I kind of believed, Dane Brugler, I think, who had him as a CB1, that weighed heavily on my mind every time I wanted to move him around. What did I say? Trade, baby. You got 2 centers still available there. The Lions move on up. Not edge rusher. Darius? Moving up against, I think, cornerback. Kool-Aid? They coming for Kool-Aid? What do you guys think? This is going to be Emmanuel, if you got to guess. Because the pick is in, they're up on the board. What are you thinking? I'm thinking Kool-Aid, McKinstry, or oh my gosh, there's so many cornerbacks. Not even Kool-Aid. Terrion Arnold, probably Terrion. JPJ. If Dallas knew, so they're gonna get they're going to give a future 7th back for this year's 3rd as part of that trade. Wow, they really used the value chart on that one. They had to have to get that future 7th included in there because that's worth like 2 points. But it's a person. Extra bodies are always worth more than, I think, like 2 points on the value charts. Now you think Jordan Mailata, how much he's done for the Eagles? He was a 7th round draft pick. This was used to make an announcement earlier. Detroit is living it up, feeling it. The trade up. What do you got? So the question is going to be, man, Nate Wiggins, Cooper DeJean, and Kool-Aid McKinstry for Green Bay. I'm really curious to see what they end up doing. You got to think Kool-Aid is not quite in that conversation, but they might be. I should have given you guys options to vote for. I knew it was this much time, but I thought they were like announcing it right away. They have a lot of the others. Who's up next on the clock? Green Bay Packers are. All right. I'm pulling up the cornerbacks here. Assuming. Nobody wants to dress up like a lion, apparently. Because the Lions has got a bunch of other stuff. I don't know who to add on this Green Bay chart yet. So I did say, like, I thought Brian Thomas Jr. would be an option if he made it to them. I wonder if Adonai Mitchell would be a thought, even, for the Packers. I do think center. Graham Barton, center, be definite options for Green Bay here. We'll just say center / guard. One of them is going to be available. Cornerback, wide receiver. We'll give you those options. I gotta have some gonads here. All right, Lions are out. What if they came up here for Cooper? All right, Michigan high school girls high school flag football player making the announcement here. The 24th pick for the Detroit Lions will she be booed off stage or celebrated? I think she'll be celebrated. We're going to go cornerback here, right? That is Terrion Arnold, 2. What did I guess? I think I landed on Terrion probably as being the most likely, right? All right, Terrion Arnold, my number 15 player, getting taken here at pick 24, just ahead of the Green Bay Packers. Are the Packers disappointed that they just get stolen from there? Possibly. Terrion Arnold going second off of the board here to Detroit, and that is definitely going to be an S tier choice, not an S plus. Terrion Arnold was not a my guy. Nice fit for Detroit. That's a good job, Detroit. Congratulations. So the Green Bay Packers, we're going to go Cooper DeJean, JPJ. I'm going to throw Edgerrin Cooper there in, or trade / other for the who you can take there. The voting thing. Poll. There you go. I was debating about putting a minus behind Terrion Arnold. I feel like I was just talking smack about him. Like, maybe he deserves that minus. I don't know. If you think he deserves the minus, let me know. Based on what I was saying before. And maybe I can alter that. So, Terrion. 5 foot, 11.5, 189 pounds. Strength, outside, inside, versatility, shadow ability, even had some work in the box. I think he's a movable piece, much like Cooper DeJean is, maybe to just a little bit less safety than Cooper DeJean has in him, and a little bit more perimeter cornerback than Cooper DeJean has. But otherwise, the Venn diagram's like 60% similar. Very aggressive, fast, downhill player, great click close, great vision, excellent against the run, and great in zone coverage is his strongest point. Weaknesses, he doesn't play with anticipation. He's an average athlete. He is unpolished, and he's only average in man coverage. Although, a lot of people think he's good in man coverage. Press man, specifically, actually, is where he's good. When I use words like average, above average, and stuff, that is statistically, those words are based on statistically where they grade it out in PFF. So, I don't not take that with a grain of salt, but that's lacking some context, which I gave you anyways. Lucky, he had a lucky quote unquote from, I believe, Connor Rogers, maybe. Lucky interception total. Great in coverage. 20 years old. Still very young. Still learning. Still going to get better, probably. Detroit needed a cornerback. So, they got a guy. Trade up. Spent a third round draft pick on him. You know. Not a huge move up. But that's what it should cost. So, congratulations, Detroit. On filling a position of need with a guy who, I had ranked 15th overall here. I think he's good. I think he's a good piece. Definitely should improve that cornerback room. Green Bay Packers, I've already got the Green Bay Packers pick poll ready to go there. JPJ, Cooper DeJean, Edgerrin Cooper. Making sure I've gotten everybody taken off of here. That should be. Yep. They're spending a lot of time with this Detroit pick because they are the home team. But he is a very happy young man, that's for sure. Sometimes these slides, too, can give these guys a little extra motivation. Especially for a young guy. Terrion Arnold probably thought he was going... I assume he, believed in himself and the buzz, and I'm sure teams told him that they liked him a lot. Probably thought he was going sooner than 25, 24. All right, the Packers pick is in. Oh, baby. What are we going to do? My bet was... Well, I did not... Grant Barton is so possible here. But I didn't give that as an option. I gotta stick with Cooper DeJean, right? I think it's Cooper DeJean. I think that's a... I just wonder. I wonder if that's exactly what they're looking for, is my only hesitation. I don't know if the fit is quite perfect for Green Bay as much as it's been made out to be. Depends what they think, how they want to utilize it. And so could be Nate Wiggins. Could be Kool-Aid. I think Kool-Aid's the best fit. In terms of the best man-to-man coverage guy. And, well, Nate Wiggins is up there too, though. Yeah. Well, that's what I think that they'll like. But he's not versatile in literally every way. He still does better in zone than in man. He can struggle a little bit in man. So I could just see them, they want to do a lot of man. See them saving the safety pick for later and going even center here, Jackson Powers-Johnson or something. We'll see. Cooper DeJean, if it's Cooper DeJean, most people's brackets got at least one correct. Including mine this morning. I don't remember about my 3.0, but yeah, several of mine. I like Coop. I'll like it. Who is it? Quit teasing me, Roger. It's Jordan Morgan. It's a fit. With who's left on the board, I would have liked something else, but that is, I think, my 1.0 mock draft. I wonder if it is. He matches. I almost always gave him to this coaching branch, San Francisco, or Baltimore. I shouldn't say that, or Baltimore, because Baltimore appeared had a lot of interest in him. So it was either Baltimore or San Francisco. Us. I haven't done that in a while though. So Jordan Morgan here, first, second round draft grade on him. Definitely fits the Green Bay Packers motif of the type of lineman that they like there. So offensive lineman, unless it was, I don't even know. Did I really want JPJ? Kind of JPJ, just because he's JPJ. How do I feel about that? I feel fine. We have a lot more picks, and you're not like by the time we're picking next two, you're not going to get another offensive lineman. I wanted one offensive lineman, and their value is going to drop. So, get them while you can. Green Bay, that's going to be an A. We're in that range. So, not too shabby. Let's see if I did do that with my 1.0. I know I've done it before, but not for a while. O-line. Wait. Tampa Bay. The pick is in. Tampa, no edge rushers for them. JPJ, Grant Barton, both available. This is a tough one. Or Cooper, Nate, and Green Bay could still move up for any number of these guys yet. But the cornerbacks falling too. I get it, Green Bay. I get it. Wide receiver. Will Tampa take a wide receiver, maybe? Or trade. All right. Polls up for Tampa Bay. Green Bay. Jordan Morgan. A lot of people think he's a guard. I think they're wrong. I think he's a tackle. 6'5", 311 pounds, compact build, and he can bring some pop to his blocks. He has attacking hands. I sent a couple of guys onto their butts during the Senior Bowl. He has massive hands. Zone run blocking is his jam. He has plus footwork, excels in mirroring, very quick footwork. This is why I think that he is a tackle. He does have shorter arms. That's going to be one of the minuses for him. Just shy of expectations. Too short for measurements, but even below average for guard. But his really quick feet, I think, make up for that because he's smart with the position and he moves his feet quickly and gets to his spot quickly enough. He has elite acceleration, both agility and quickness, and he is actually quite strong too, so he can hold up to bull rushes and whatnot. Obviously, the arm length is a big question mark and might force him into guard at the next level. That's possible. I don't know how much I love him as a guard. Well, you know what? He'd be fine. He'd fine. Inconsistent pad level, tends to lunge a little bit too often is an issue, and he struggles against counters. He was great to elite at the college level last season. He is 2 years removed from a major surgery, and he had 2 years of great production. So immediately come back from a major surgery, he was really good, and he continued to be very good, to do very well. And apparently the league is in on Jordan Morgan as a tackle, and Dallas, Seattle, and most of all Baltimore had very close looks at him at his pro day. And Green Bay. No, Green Bay usually doesn't like signal who they're taking very often. So, I just ended the poll for Tampa Bay, but if you want to do a write-in vote there at Tampa Bay before it gets announced, JPJ, Graham Barton, or a wide receiver are the options that I gave you, or trade. I think from a team building standpoint, I would probably go Graham Barton by hair here. But by a talent standpoint, if you're not worried about the injuries, basically if you're not worried about the injuries, I go JPJ. Graham Barton, fine. It just gives you a little bit more versatility going into the future, which I think is very important when you're trying, not trying to add that one last piece when you're just building on the fly. And I think that this offensive line is building on the fly. So, I think Graham Barton's a little bit wiser of a choice, but I got JPJ ranked higher. All right, Tampa Bay pick is in. I believe we've got somebody rapping on stage. What's going on? Yeah, doesn't look like they're announcing it yet. A little bit longer. Going back to Green Bay, because they're my team real quick here. Fine with this so far. We'll see what they do with the rest of the draft. But they got a lot of picks, and their needs really aren't guys who should be coming off the board till day 2. And they can still move up anyways to get some of these guys that maybe we thought that they should have taken who are still on the board right now. So we'll see how they play it. They're usually pretty good at playing the board when they're trying to play the board. And it is interior offensive lineman Graham Barton, listed as a center on the screen there. He could play center, could play guard. That's the versatility that I like. For Duke offensive lineman Graham Barton. All right, my 31st player. And he, too, will be getting an A for this pick. For Tampa Bay. Bada bing, bada boom. Still doing good there on the, nobody going too high, too low compared to my board. And Graham Barton, 6'5.5", 313 pounds. His strengths include he's very good at finishing his blocks, getting guys on their butts, etc. Extremely athletic. I think he had like a 10 RAS score out of 10 or 9.98 or something. Very, very high up there. RAS score. He is versatile. Technically, he's a 5-position versatility, but I think I wrote here his best fit maybe at center. I've been kind of thinking guard since then is my general idea when somebody has 5-position versatility. Like guard might be their best position. But apparently when I wrote my notes here, I thought differently. So we'll go with that. He has above average height for guards, elite height for a center. So meaning very, very high, tall for a center, abnormally tall for a center. As far as his weaknesses go, and is Baker Mayfield short? I don't know. Cardinal selection coming up. He's undersized as a guard, very small hands, below average arm length, and wingspan, balance, hand timing and placement, very small hands as well. So just like it's kind of a small dude in general, physically. Arizona picks edge rusher Darius Robinson. We knew he might. We knew that Darius Robinson might slip into the first round here. We heard a lot of things about the NFL liking him, and they did. He is He's going to be ways down on my chart here, so let me go find him. Edge rusher, interior defensive lineman. I like him better as an interior defensive lineman. Part of the reason that I'm lower on him is because he's been getting treated like an edge rusher. I don't think he's a great edge rusher. I think I like him as a player, you know, quite a bit, but top 50, not first round. Let's see here. So you will see the only one of these guys who I have a D lineman next to here, I believe. Maybe there's one other in terms of kind of their micro role. So I'm very versatile on the D line. That should play well for Arizona. Understand that. Second round grade on him. That's gonna be a B. We're gonna give it a B, and let's see here. I'm not gonna give it a B minus or anything like that. I actually like him. I'm just lower on him than I just don't like him as much as the NFL does. So I get it. I get why they like him. Attitude dude. He's an attitude dude. Let's see here. Darius Robinson, huge. 6'5", 285 pounds. Good to great against the run. You gotta love that, right? 81.4 defensive run grade, 8.8% run stop rate. Both great numbers. Good to great, technically. Technically via my arbitrary words that I use for percentages. Physical trait, off of the bus kind of guy, like I said, huge. Extremely girthy. Dude's rocked up. You do not want to get in a fight with this guy. He's got extremely large hands, very long arms, and an extremely large wingspan. He could take any of us in a boxing match. His alignment versatility is obviously a plus. He can play on the inside. He can play on the outside. All three downs, you can use them. Put him on the inside on early downs and put him on the edge on later downs, or vice versa. However you want to use them, you can use them depending on down, distance, situation, team, trends, etc. Very high effort guy. Not going to give up on the play or anything like that. Like, dude plays football, you know, he's a football guy. That's why part of why the NFL likes him so much, despite the fact that he is not a good edge rusher. He mostly relies on his power with very little pass rush plan, though he is surprisingly not incredibly strong on the field, even though he wins with power. Lack of counter moves, flexibility, and bend. These are all negatives. He can't bend around the edge. He's not super flexible. He's a big, rocked up, muscly dude. And his athleticism for an edge rusher is not great. He's extremely slow, acceleration and long speed. The acceleration really being the only one that I care about there for an edge rusher. Edge rushers' speed is a huge factor to their success. But it is above average for his size. So he is going to have this size and speed combo that you don't find too often. As far as how he did in college, he had a good pass rush grade. So that's, there's good, great, and elite was my grade in there. Good, better than above average, and then average. So somewhere between average and elite. And he had a great pass rush win rate. So when asked to rush, he did pretty well. Often enough, Georgia, watched his game against Georgia. Georgia just did not block him because when the play was going to the other side of the field, they didn't block him because they weren't afraid of him being able to have any kind of impact on the play because of his lack of speed. And that's the thing where, like, if you can just scheme around a guy, that concerns me a little bit. Looks like Kansas City moved up here for, I assume, Adonai Mitchell. Trade up to pick 28, by the way. But he's a guy who killed the process, absolutely killed it at the Senior Bowl. And I assume was, already up on the NFL's, radar. But he really impressed teams at the Senior Bowl with his attitude and how well he performed. He along with, Quinyon Mitchell, probably had the two best days at the Senior Bowl. So did we get that? Yes. Kansas City trades up. Man, just woke up from a nap. Well, welcome to the real world, the roll. Arizona just took Darius Robinson. Green Bay took Jordan Morgan. Did you see your team's pick? Rolled. Yeah, you did. The Chargers actually moved back up in the first round. No, they didn't. But Kansas City just moved up. So what do we think here? Kansas City, AD Mitchell, Ladd McConkey, Jer'Zhan Newton, cornerback. Let's see here. So jumping ahead of like Baltimore. You got to think. AD Mitchell, definite possibility. So is Ladd McConkey. So is Ladd. I think there's a little bit of a cliff. If you believe in Adonai Mitchell and you think he's worth trading up there for, I think there's a difference there. Or Jer'Zhan? Would you be afraid? I don't think you'd be specifically afraid of Jer'Zhan Newton getting drafted. 29, 30. Oh, who's at 29 now? Oh, let's just do a cornerback. Oh. No, they wouldn't want JBJ. Are there any tackles? Maybe. Do you think? Coming up here for like Tyler Guyton, Patrick Paul, Kingsley Suamataia. Obviously, they're not going to be trading back. Or do you think it is cornerback? Or is it Jer'Zhan Newton, who I didn't give you an option there? There you go, guys. The pick is in for Kansas City. They just traded up, like I said. AD Mitchell, Ladd McConkey, offensive tackle, one of those guys, or cornerback. I assume, we're all assuming that it's AD Mitchell, but who knows? Oh no, please don't have KC get one of my guys in AD Mitchell. Yeah, brah, I think it's happening. I've done this before. I have had Kansas City move up for AD Mitchell. I don't know about directly in front of Baltimore, though. I think I had him move up to... maybe 21 with Miami. It's about to happen. It's about to happen. After this, we got 29, 30, 31, 32, 4 picks. We're down to our final 5 picks of the night. Obviously, I'll be back tomorrow. And to those watching this post-draft, there should be another video with second and third round, at least. So we got a vote for Ladd and a vote for AD. All right. Or Kool-Aid. Okay. Kool-Aid over Nate Wiggins and Cooper DeJean. I think it's AD. I like McConkey. I think AD gives them an element they want. And the reports pre-draft were, well, McConkey's pretty fast, but the reports pre-draft were they want to move up for one of the fast guys. And I think AD Mitchell, I know AD Mitchell qualifies in that argument. Could be Xavier Worthy. Oh. Could be Xavier Worthy, of course, too. Who's somebody I've given Buffalo in my 3.0 mock. They gonna ruin my Xavier Worthy to Buffalo pick? Because I'd really be proud if that one landed. Alright, I'm on the wide receivers page for my getting ready for this. You got McConkey Kool-Aid there. I gotta bring more drink with me next time. I'm running out. I ran out. There was a drop left. Chiefs select with pick 28 of the 2024 NFL Draft. The Buffalo Bills have traded the 20... Oh, yeah, of course. We knew that. Oh, which... Yeah, this was Buffalo's pick. They could have taken Xavier. What if... I got Xavier Worthy correct at pick 28. That's points for something. Not what I was... It's Xavier Worthy, baby. Xavier Worthy. As soon as I said it, I was like, I should have put him on the list. It should have been those three, and then like offensive tackle. I mean, it was bound to be from the moment that he ran that. I think NFL teams are lying to themselves. His speed, that speed, didn't show up. This is gonna be the third guy Kansas City's gonna draft like this. That's, I think, possibly gonna fail, and I don't want that for KC. But they haven't proven to me that they can take a guy like him and utilize him correctly, outside of maybe Tyreek Hill. But I don't know that he's Tyreek Hill. He might be. He might be. Yeah, the role. I mean, he might just be a gadget player like Kadarius Toney. I mean, this might be Kadarius Toney, but like better, which isn't nothing. Where do I have Worthy? Where are you, Xavier Worthy? 35th player on the board. Delete. I don't know, but what's the grade gonna be here for Xavier Worthy? I think it's gonna be, at this point, a B? Where are you? Yeah. A B. I'm not gonna give it a B minus because he's going to Kansas City. I mean, it could be Tyreek Hill 2.0. It's either Kadarius Toney or Tyreek Hill. There's no in between. How's the rest of the AFC? Oh, we shall see how that could turn out so many ways. I have Keon Coleman ahead of Worthy. So do I. So do I. But like pretty equal in my mind. Both risks. So Dallas's pick is in. Didn't give you the proper answer there. So I think let me, before we get to Dallas here. Xavier Worthy, 5'11", 165 pounds. Lightning speed, big playability, not only on the deep ball, but from the line of scrimmage passes. Smooth. Yeah, he's a good route runner. I like him quite a bit. I don't know. This early in the draft. Special teams returner upside. Good route runner. Smart receiver. Excellent in the open field and against off coverage. Weaknesses. Falls over in a brisk wind. Contested catch rate is very, very low, 23.8%. Struggles to find open space against zones. Horrible size, extremely light, and below average height. Catch radius is actually okay. He's a gadget player while at this current weight, in my opinion. It's hard to imagine that he can hold up to 100-plus targets without injury at the next level. For reference, Tyreek Hill weighed in at 20 pounds heavier than Xavier Worthy does. Jalen Hyatt asks, but has more experience with releases and ways to win in one-on-one situations. I do not believe that is my own... Jalen Hyatt asks. I don't think I came up with that comp, and I usually credit people... So I apologize if somebody else came up with that, and I didn't credit that. 2021 was his best graded year in PFF. 2023 was a 72 receiving grade. 20 years old, still quite young, and obviously highly athletic. So, it's not a hill. I like his route running and all. Like I think there's a good chance. It's a 50-50 shot to me. 50-50. And KC themselves are like 50-50 as far as the success level that I expect from him, because once again, you got all these guys that they like have seemingly tried to bring in to do stuff with. They just haven't been able to get them to work. Dallas selects Tyler Guyton. A lot of people had that connection. I didn't see him on stage. So Tyler Guyton to Dallas. Sorry I didn't get you guys on that. But the NFL took forever on some of those other picks. So Tyler Guyton, another guy I've got a second round grade on. It was pretty clear that the NFL probably liked him, but I wasn't sold anyways. I thought maybe, possibly. That it was just media that was high on Tyler Guyton. So I'm a little surprised to see him in the first round. I thought I had that nailed down. Dallas, that's going to be a B, and I think that that's too high. Specifically, not in my guy. I would have taken Patrick Paul over myself. We'll see. We'll see how that ages. Could be terribly. But that's Dallas. I don't like that. You need a guy now, Dallas. I don't think that that's a now pick. My 57th rated player on my big board. Gone. And align. So Tyler Guyton, 6'8", 322 pounds, big boy, above average athletics overall. Even when he loses, he battles to win the rep and often prevents from being fully beaten. I liked that about him quite a bit, actually. I just over time, I guess I soured on him because I never thought he was a first rounder, and here he went in the first round. Buying more time for his quarterback because he does not win. Yeah, he doesn't lose big like Troy Fautanu did. You know, he sits there and he continues to battle through the rep, even when while he's losing. He can be trusted to block on an island. He has left tackle versatility. He is a right tackle in college, even though. Good positional IQ, can get pushed back in his chest. A similar issue, but not as prevalent to Patrick Paul as far as them opening up their chest to defenders. He may lunge at times. That's just confidence, form, and all that. He needs to get better. And he's very inconsistent, and that showed up a lot at the Senior Bowl, where he had he was a standout on day 1, and then he was very inconsistent days 2 and 3. Baltimore's pick is in. Everybody's getting excited about that. He's very much still a project, and I think it's going to be hard to trust him out there week 1, but they might have to, or at least shortly after, I assume is the plan. So, you know what? I'm just going to give it a B. I might have soured a little bit too much on Tyler Guyton without refreshing my notes on him. There are some good things about him. I got mad at the prospect for no fault of his own. Let's see. Can we get this? Baltimore. Is A.D. Mitchell still available? Gotta be. So A.D. Mitchell, a cornerback, or trade. That's all I'm gonna get you. No, we'll give you O-line. He's running up to the podium, guys. Get your vote in now if you can, if you want to. There it is. The poll's up. A.D. Mitchell, cornerback, trade, O-line. Made it real quick. Personally, I gotta think it's A.D. But A.D. could fall to the second. Into the second round with, depending on, it's Nate Wiggins. Did you get a vote in? Oh, too late. Too slow. All right, Nate Wiggins going to Baltimore. They needed cornerback, so that's great. And, you know, I haven't fallen at this point. So good pickup for them. Second best player left on my board. Where are you, corners? Bada bing, bada boom. Going off in order, at least, here. Nate Wiggins going to Baltimore. Good for you. And that is an S tier. That is an S tier. And I want to give it a plus because I think that he could be shut down. I'm not going to. There's too many concerns, too. So, nice pick there for Baltimore and Nate Wiggins. (5'11", 173 pounds. Strengths. He has explosive acceleration via Connor Rogers there explaining how he plays. He is fluid, he is long, and he has great footwork. All three of those work together, obviously, very nicely as well for him. He can mirror any type of receiver in any type of coverage from press to zone. For his size, he has a powerful lower body. He does play physically, even though he is quite undersized there at 173 pounds, 5'11", too. Very good football IQ, though. He understands the position really well. So I think one of the reports out there was like the league was afraid, and who knows about this, that he's a one contract guy, and I have to assume that was because they're afraid of his fragility and just that like he's gonna break down. I assume would have been the idea at least, but that also just could have been smoke to maybe try to get some teams off of him or something and help him slide further. I don't know. He has extremely good long speed. The other question is, does it translate in the pads? And for the most part, it does. Weaknesses, extremely slender. Talked about that. He's an injury risk. Below average arm length, but plays with good length anyways. As I said, he plays like he's long. But technically does have below average arm length. And he has very poor acceleration, though it's hard to imagine he did as poor as he did in his 10-foot... The 10 split for his 40 time didn't really add up. So, that's what that's all about. He did great in coverage in his final year in college. He had maturity issues coming into college. However, head coach Dabo Sweeney had praised since that period of time Wiggins' maturity. But apparently he did not interview very well. Could be a portion of the fall here between his weight and maybe not interviewing so well. He will be a young 21 by the start of the season. He is 20 years old currently now on draft day. So also very young with room to grow in all ways as a person and on the field, but also just put a little bit of weight on him. Put a little bit of weight. You don't need as much speed as he has to succeed at the position, is what I would say about that. And put it on slowly, so that way he can keep his speed as much as possible. That will bring us to San Francisco 49ers on the clock. Let's get this. What are we going to give them? We got Cooper DeJean. Kool-Aid McKinstry could make a lot of sense there. Offensive lineman could make a lot of sense. So pick 31. Linebacker? Could go. We know Edgerrin Cooper has wants to be playing for them, so we'll put that on here. Man, JPJ could make sense. Well, would it be JPJ? I think he's athletic enough. They might like him. A.D. Mitchell? If they were looking to do the wide receiver thing. It seemed unlikely for the tackles to be going at this point. Or a trade. Very well could trade back. Alright, the poll is up. Gentlemen. So, Burmacrum, I've heard some say one contract for him as well, but that he has potential to be Pro Bowl caliber during said. Yeah, I think that was the idea. Was like the league wasn't afraid of him being bad. Just that, I assume he would break down in that time period, and be ineffective at that point in time. Possible. I mean, I assume you'd still get a second contract. I think what it means is just like he's not going to be able to get a big second contract because of the injuries and everything wearing at him. That he'll have like currently for the Packers, they got we have what's his name, Eric Stokes, who's just been perennially injured for 2 seasons, and then we had Kevin King too previously got injured and it just was never the same. So sometimes injuries do prevent guys from ever being the same once it happens. I think that's the fear. Wow. Going Edgerrin Cooper with the vote there. Interesting. I don't know how great of options I just gave you there. Like, I could see like Braden Fisk being here. That wouldn't shock me. Heck, with all how the edge rushers went. Maybe they'll just go with my pick for them, Jonah Ellis. Marshawn Nealon wouldn't shock. Jerzon Newton, like, probably could make sense. Braden Fisk, like I said. What are we doing? San Fran with pick 31 of the draft has selected wide receiver Ricky Pearsall. They went wide receiver, and Ricky Pearsall goes, oh my gosh. Awesome. He's a cool wide receiver. I'm a little bit afraid of his durability. But actually a lot bit afraid of his durability. But super, super fun. All right, Ricky Pearsall. Going to KC. Interesting. You know what? He fits. That's a mentality fit. This is why I'm so concerned about his longevity in the league, because he does play with that kind of mentality. Wow. I wouldn't have in a million years gotten you guys Ricky Pearsall as an option. Sweet. Cool pull, but still gonna be B here for the grading. You know, I mean, I'm talking about it, the fit. We're gonna give that a B+. Durability a concern. So let's see here. Wide receiver. (6'1", 189 pounds. So I hope you didn't see that, Bird. I swear I did not yawn or anything like that. A.D. Mitchell is still on the board. Yeah, look, if he didn't interview well, he falls. There were concerns about, Carolina have had you trade not quite into pick 32. But that means whoever traded back with KC is now traded back twice. I love the double trade back. Carolina's coming up. Gotta be 80. Gotta be. They're jumping tight. Oh, we'll see. It's McConkey or AD, right? What do you guys think? Carolina, McConkey or AD Mitchell here? So Buffalo with the double trade back. I did say that there were trade back candidates. I don't think I ever did that with them. A little surprised they're trading back that much. But why not? If you got a plan, you got a plan. So, Ricky Pearsall, 6'1", 189 pounds. A solid contested catcher. Very low drop rate as well. At 3%, very low drop rate. And once again, great contested catcher. He just famous, and he did more than just this one, but rep of a catch of his in college. He is streaking down the left side of the field, I think. And ball gets thrown to him maybe 15 yards down the field. He's in that spot where he's got a linebacker, a safety, and a cornerback all crunching in on him. He makes this catch up in the air with all three of them crushing down on him. Acrobatic, arm way out one-handed, and comes down with it. Just a beast mode of a catch. And it's not the only time he did stuff like that. Elite three-cone and shuttle, so agility, route running separation, very smooth at getting that done. Consistently separated throughout the entirety of his career. Low drop rate at 3%. We already covered that. Good ball tracking over the shoulder and unthrown balls to come back to. Special teams return ability, which adds a little bit of value to these guys this year. With the new kickoff rules. Doesn't excel in short range. Not someone you'd manufacture touches with too often. His 10-yard split was terrible. Doesn't help a whole lot with blocking. So that's, elite three-cone and shuttle does not jive too well with doesn't excel in short range. His 10-yard split was terrible. Not someone you'd manufacture touches with. So that's all a little bit odd of a pairing, but it does happen, can happen. And I think it showed up on the field with the fact that the team didn't manufacture touches to him in that kind of 5-10 yard range or anything like that, or behind the line of scrimmage even. Doesn't help a whole lot with blocking either. That's the one area where that's I think a little bit out of the norm for San Fran, but they probably figure with that attitude, maybe that was something he wasn't asked to do. Maybe he interviewed well and was like, yeah, I'll block all day, man. And they loved that about him. 77.8 PFF receiving grade from 2023, down from 2022. Was higher than that in 2022. Had a very good Senior Bowl highlight play, triple coverage. Talked about that. Appears to be a humble player. I said too. He's the guy just handing the ball to the ref after a big play and everything. Just type of guy that San Francisco frankly loves, like football player. So, like that. I like Pearsall's film, had him pegged as a potential for Cincy in the second. Didn't consider him going in the first round. There were some people who thought he might go in the first round. I didn't either. Frankly, I did not think... Let's see. Well, I mean, I guess it goes to my board. I would have said that there's a higher chance that he would than Troy Franklin, or... I don't want to say Xavier Legette because there's so much smoke, and Xavier Legette could be the pick here too for Carolina. By the way, let's see if we can't get this up here quick. Start a poll. So that's a good one. Let's see. I wish we had more people for this poll because this would be a fun one. Carolina pick 1.32. Final pick of the night, by the way. So, boys, thank you very much for coming on through here today. And you know I'll be available tomorrow. So it's A.D. Mitchell. It's Ladd McConkey. It's... who did I just say? Xavier Legette. Who... Honestly, I don't think the team's interested in him at all anymore. Okay, I'm just putting those three up. Real quick, put your vote in. My vote is A.D. Mitchell. Give you a guy downfield that you can throw the ball to here. It is Legette. He was right. Oh, I am wrong. Once again. Xavier Legette. The role, I'm sorry, I don't know how to do StreamYard or anything enough. I don't have a subscription or anything. I'm just running this as a one-man show on here. But I would like to get a try, and I don't know how yet. Figured out, but doing a draft together, mock draft for the fantasy football. Xavier Legette going to Carolina. This is gonna be a B. I don't have the heart to give it a minus. There's too much upside with Xavier. I'm rooting for him. Big red flags. Concerned about him. So Carolina moves up. Probably wise. I do think he was could have been very high on New England's board for what they're looking for. There he is. Apparently has one of the best southern accents you can have too. All right, Xavier Legette, 6'1", 222. Talk about rocked up. Dude's rocked up. Drop rate 2.7%, even lower than Ricky Pearsall, so super low. Special teams guy, once again, that's going to add some value this year, and I think especially for him being a bigger guy, that works a little bit better with the new kickoff rules. Hard worker, tough kid, built to last. If you are watching the highlights on screen, you can see they're going to compare him to A.J. Brown. That become very popular. I don't know. But, yeah, built to last. A.J. Brown was my favorite player in that draft. And probably my favorite wide receiver still in the NFL in terms of how he plays. But so it's weird that I didn't love Xavier Legette, but there's reasons for that. He threatens all three levels of the field. He has above average speed, but it's excellent speed given his size. So talk about size and speed threat. He is that, not for reasons of being 6'4" and ultra fast, but for being 6'1" and fast, given his girth. Extremely girthy, by the way. Average height, extremely heavy. Not too many wide receivers at 222 pounds, even if they are 6'4". Let's go Brian Thomas Jr. Almost 6'3", 209 pounds. 13 pounds less, 2 inches taller. So both of the Xaviers go in the first round here. Weakness, getting open in one-on-one situations, not the best man-to-man coverage kind of thing. Simple route tree, even for a fifth-year guy. Simple route tree. So that's something that we can learn, right? But still, this is a year 5 breakout guy that we're talking about. There's a chance that he's just going to be too easy to cover at the next level. That was my biggest concern, is that I just don't know. Is he a poor man's Rashee Rice, but heavier is what I wrote on him? I think he's a unique player, and I think that there's a lot to like about him. I don't love the AJ Brown comps, and I don't know why that is, because I should love him and maybe love him because of the AJ Brown comp, but it's just not one that I've quite liked. And I think, let me double check before I go talking on my butt here. Yeah. I knew I looked at that before. Never mind about that point. But yeah, year 5 breakout guy. Spent 5 years at South Carolina, working his way up the roster each year. 23 years old, so still not like too old in that sense. Really good receiving grade last year. First year with production that was over like 150 yards out of his 5 years. Struggled more than he flourished at the Senior Bowl. That was another reason for me to be concerned about him, because when you put him against his peers that are also getting drafted here, many of which won't succeed at the next level anyways, even, he struggled. But rooting for him, lot to like. Carolina's really going to need him to come through for him. Strong man. I don't know. I don't know about it. A lot of red flags. But, like, the ceiling is really high. Same with the floor. Yeah, not bad there. Treylon Burks type of question marks would be right on stream. Right on, whatever. Good job for Solo. Thank you. Enjoy the night. Back to work with me. Yeah, good luck. About an hour left at least only. So have a good night. Hope to see you tomorrow. Thank you very much for joining me. I know there's a lot of wonderful people who do this, who are so very, very knowledgeable, and you chose me, so appreciate that. We were wrong here. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna end. That was a fun night. I said there would be either a lot of trading or not, like 3 or 10. It still ends up being 5-6 trades maybe here, but a lot of small little trades. Nothing too. Yeah, nobody wanted to move out too far back, I think is what it came down to, which wasn't very surprising to me. That's why I think throughout all my mock drafts, I only did like 2 or 3 big jump ups, Buffalo and Dallas. And Buffalo ends up jumping back twice. So we shall see here. A lot of big names still left on the board here. There's my Big 10 left available. And catch you guys tomorrow. Peace out. Once I can find... Oh, gosh. That was an early peace out. All right, there we go. Ending it. Bye.